Well, hello everyone, and welcome once again to the Yorkshire Gamer Podcast. And here we are in December 2024. In fact, if you're listening to this on the day of release, it's Christmas Eve. And this is the Brews in the Binyard, the podcast within a podcast, where myself and my guests chew through the bits of the wargaming world, wargaming industry that you probably don't want to chew through yourself. So, if this is your first time ever listening to a Yorkshire Gamer podcast, they're not normally like this. They're normally quite sensible and structured. Whereas this is a kind of a let your hair thing down that we do once twice a year, once in the summer and once at Christmas. And we have a right laugh. There's lots of adult language. There's quite a few controversial opinions. They're not controversial, they're just people telling the truth. And so, if you're of a delicate flower like disposition, I'd hang on until the new year, until the next proper episode. But if you want a laugh and a bit of fun, while you sat there listening to your Auntie Brenda talking about her piles over Christmas dinner as usual, slip a pair of headphones in and hopefully you'll giggle at the funny bits in this at the right moment and not when Auntie Brenda's talking about the cream that she uses. So, my guests are, of course, Alex from Storm of Steel and Iain from Flags of War. And sit back and enjoy it. We had a right laugh doing this, as we always do. And Merry Christmas! Throughout the episode, you are going to hear a number of Christmas messages from my guests who have been on the show during the year. Well, those I could get hold of anyway. And I hope you enjoy those. So get yourself a cup of tea and a mince pie in a festive mood. Sit back and relax. Without further ado, here's the interview.
Hi everybody, Sandy Johnson here, author and wargamer. I'd just like to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a wonderful New Year. I hope Father Christmas brings you lots of plastic and lead to add to your existing pile of wargames figures that need painting. In terms of New Year's resolutions, next year I'm going to go out to absolutely smash the Wars of the Roses and build 2 massive armies. At least that's the plan anyway. I'm also going to dip my toe into a little bit of Arthurian legend, I reckon. Anyway, have a great Christmas and New Year. And if anyone's going to Partisan in 2025, I'll see you there. All the best.
Hi Ken, it's Giles Shapley here of Shed Wars. Just wanted to wish you and all of your listeners in podcast land a wonderful, Merry Christmas and a fantastic New Year. Once again, thank you very much for hosting me on your podcast at the beginning of the year, and I hope all is well, and I look forward to catching up in sometime in the near future. Bye-bye.
Hello, it's Miles, and I appeared with Greg on episode 61 of the Yarkshire Gamer Podcast. I'd like to wish everyone a happy Christmas and announce that as a recent convert to the Church of Round Dice and Latter-day Saints, I hope that everyone's dice keep rolling forever.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Brews in the Binyard, and it is the 2024 Christmas special, and I shall introduce my guests in a minute. But as always, as is traditional with these traditional podcasts, I butcher a Christmas song or a part of the Christmas story with some war games related lyrics. So I want you to imagine that you are in an Irish bar somewhere with a very drunken Irishman and a red-headed woman.
What is coming?
What is coming? It's Christmas Eve, babe, in the Grant tank. The old man said to me, "Is that a bounce stick?" And then he sang a song, the rare old MDF. I put my kit away and dreamed about glue. I got on a lucky dice. It's round and never stops. I've got a feeling that the big games are for you and me. So happy Christmas I love your table. I can see a better time when all our dice roll true. Imagine it getting quicker. Bit of violin. They've got tanks big as banks. They've got rivers of paint. But the light goes right through them. It's no place for contrast. When you first took my dice bag on a cold Christmas Eve, you promised me wet pallets were waiting for me. You were handsome. You were pretty. Queen of Bradford City. When podcasts finished playing, they howled out for more. Flags of war he was swinging. Storm of Seal he was singing. And we set up a table and we played through the night. And the boys of the Two Fat Lardies choir are singing sharp practice. And the dice are rolling out for Christmas Day. Do you recognise it yet?
Nobody does, Ken.
Nobody does. You're a chit, you're a pike, you're an old bit of tuft. You meeple, you spigot, you cheap rat-haired brushmate. Happy Christmas, your arse. I pray it's fine cast. And the boys of the Two Fat Lardies choir are still singing sharp practice. And the dice are rolling out for Christmas Day. I could have been a painter. Well, so could anyone. You took my paints away when I first found you. But I kept them with me, babe. I put them with my own in a wet pallet, and I built my fungus around you. Boys of the Two Fat Lardies choir are singing sharp practice, and the dice are rolling out for Christmas Day. Welcome, everyone.
That was amazing. Unbelievable. You need to put in a round of applause sound effect there, I think, Ken.
Thank you
I
very
didn't
much.
know when it was going to end. I'm glad it
I
did.
did. Not much you can do after that. That's pretty much the show done.
Is that it? We're finished.
Yeah, that's it.
I did the whole lyrics, all of the lyrics.
Oh my God.
I might do it as a Christmas charity single. Well, I got rid of the naughty words, didn't I?
You did. At least that's preparation, isn't it? That's good preparation for the podcast. There's nothing else, is there? It's just that. The rest of it is just a ramble. But that is nice preparation, I think.
That was basically nothing's happened at work for a couple of
I
weeks.
was going to say, was that your last day at work?
Oh dear me. So,
What a busiest time of year for you.
it usually is. It's usually people are quite literally dying to see me. But this year, nothing. Absolutely nothing. No drunk people falling off things or anything.
Well, that's going to be
Shocking.
surely that's got to be at least a good thing, I guess.
Well, it depends what your job is.
Yeah, I suppose. The days were probably quite slow for you, aren't they? Otherwise,
through austerity, people stop drinking and stop doing stupid things. It's good in some ways, but there you go. Anyway, I'm not going to get made redundant, so I'm all right.
that's the most important thing. Unless they hear this.
Exactly.
You'll be like, he's got time to make songs? Well.
Don't bother coming back in January again.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you probably recognise us from the voices that you've heard already. That we have our regular crew for Brews of the Binyard. Sean again, sadly, we asked him, but he couldn't make it. So he's always welcome on the podcast. So if you're listening, Sean, happy Christmas and a Merry New Year. Merry New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I'm drinking Tango Mango, sugar-free, without any alcohol.
Oh, an Iron brew.
Extra or the hard stuff?
I've got a glass of the sugar stuff just now. But I like the extra. Extra's good.
Well, I'm drinking Robinson's squash, so we're all on the hard stuff tonight, aren't we?
We are
hitting it big time.
It's like Alcoholics Anonymous reunion for Christmas.
I'm just coming out of the flu, so yeah, I'm not.
Same here actually as well. I'm just recovering. Did you have it last week? Did you, Iain?
Yeah. So I went on my Christmas night out with my work in Edinburgh last Friday, and then got home and my wife was in bed. She was suffering with the kids on the flu, and then she started recovering, and by Wednesday that was me. I was in my bed. I was in my bed for about 22 hours solid sleeping.
It hit me on Wednesday, but I've been in Germany for work for the last week, and because we were only there for a short time, I had to get things done. I kind of had to ignore it. But yeah, I'm just recovering now. I think when I got back, I slept for about 12 hours solid, just because I was just so knackered. But yeah, it was
about
pretty
2
grim.
days in my bed. First time I've been off work in years.
Yeah.
I haven't had this, so I've got it to look forward to.
It's coming, I think.
It's okay, you don't catch it through the internet.
Can you not? I've heard
virals don't work like that.
I did physics and chemistry. I didn't do biology. I don't know how it works. I've heard there's a few things you can catch from the internet.
You can. Yeah, close inspection from the bobbies mostly.
Yeah. Ooh,
he knows that division, knows how to get rid of that information.
I know a man in IT. Who doesn't? So, in the middle of the screen, although this isn't being recorded, so you can't see it, is Alex Sotheran, the king of the hendos, and what we always ask this every time, and you amaze us with the number of followers you've got on YouTube. Was it 14,000 or something?
Yeah,
it is. It's 14. Currently, I looked earlier. It's 14,400 and something. I think at this point, I was hoping that I'd get to 15k by the end of the year, but it's not going to happen. In a few months, I think it'd be nice. It's nice to reach it.
Well, when this comes out, it'll drop a couple of hundred.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. This is always a step back. Well, I say a step back. It's about 10 steps back. You're really got to spend a good few months in January recovering from this. The fallout from the Brews in the Binyard. It's horrible.
Always the way. Always the way. Well, we'll probably get
every year.
Probably get sued by the Pogues and Kirsty McCall's estate.
Oh, of course, yeah. Cease and desist letters will be coming through.
They'll be going, we sounded so much like the record. Oh, dear me. So, what's going on in the world of Flags of War then, Iain? I think last time we spoke, you just handed over the reins of production to Sarissa. Things were going well at that moment in time. So, have you just done fuck all since then, or have you actually?
There's an element of that, yeah.
Just watching the money roll in.
It's not been as productive as I'd hoped it was. So, Sarissa's been going great, yeah. They guys are so much quicker than I ever was at getting these orders processed and stuff. So they just delivered the last set of pre-orders there for Christmas for everybody to get them. That was the new sets of miniatures that we brought out about a month or two ago. But so what was causing me the internet problems was I've got a new garden office.
Ooh.
So I've it's going to be my painting studio and gaming centre. So it's got enough room for gaming tables and everything.
Oh, cool.
So that's kind of been moving from my office I had up the stairs into there. So that kind of took out all my painting while I was transitioning over. So I've not been painting as much as I had hoped. Certainly not. I've started to do a little bit, getting into it in the new office. But with work and everything, the kids, they're just at an age, they need so much attention. They're 5 and 3 now, so it's just constant with them. 2 boys are nuts.
Can't just lock them in a box like when we were younger.
I've tried, but supposedly I got a visit from the police to say I wasn't allowed. Yeah, so. But yeah, no, everything's going well. I can see a lot of good in the future with the new garden office hub, and whatever I want to call it. I've got a gaming table set up, so I'm going to try and get a game over Christmas with one of my mates, Andy. Not determined what I want to play yet. A couple of games that I've got ready to go to play, so need to see how that goes. But the Flags of War.
How big is the table? 6x4.
So far, what I've got, I got 2 tables there that I can, so just basically fold up tables that I can set up every now and then. But I can the office is pretty much 3 meters by 6 meters.
Right.
So I can get quite a sizable table.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping I could probably I would be hoping for about 5x8 is ideal.
The listeners can't hear this, but Ken's looking very confused when we're talking in meters.
You're talking in French money.
It's because we're young, you see, so we
French
understand
money.
meters. We understand metric.
Well, if I was to,
4 furlongs, Ken.
If I was to get a gaming table, I'm hoping for about
chains.
5x8 or something, maybe.
5x8. Wow, yeah. My room here is 3x4 meters, and I can get a 6x4 in here.
Yeah. I can certainly get that in.
Yeah,
I've got like a sofa and all that in it as well. So I'm hopeful I can get a very sizable couple of games going.
Good.
I can get a couple of good size tables out.
So I'm just on my phone. How big is 6 meters in feet?
About 8 foot, I think.
19 foot.
19 foot.
19 foot. You could get an 18x6 in there.
It's a big office. I need to do a video of it and stuff. I've not, because I hadn't got it all set up. I'm still getting a TV put in it. I've got all my paint shelf up, and still need to get the bookcase down. Need to get my glass cabinet down to get all my display figures put in it.
Brilliant.
It's a great size. One of my mates is a builder, so he's done it. It's fully insulated, concreted.
Mates race as well, I bet, yeah.
Composite cladding, front. No, it's got the patio doors and everything.
Excellent.
Oh, you had the Irish in?
Nah, Davey's not Irish.
For the listeners who didn't get that, Patty O'Doors.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's worse than the song. The Pogues might say more for that one.
Paddy O'Doors, that's one of the classics of all time, that is. Oh.
I not came across Adrian's Wall, that one.
Charlie Williams,
I think.
Charlie Williams, Bingley Working Men's Club, 1973. That one.
Charlie Williams, God, I've not heard his name spoken in a long time. I forgot about Charlie Williams.
Yeah. They occasionally have the comedians on Dave or one of those really shit channels, and you're just like, God, I remember him. Oh, I remember him.
I started watching. What was it? There was a Working Man's Club show in the 70s.
Wheel Tappers and Shunters.
It might have been, yeah, and it was. And it was like from 1976.
Ding, 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 ding,
that's right, yeah. And it's on YouTube. I was watching it. My God, it was awful. It's like a car crash. You can't look away. You know. But this was it. That was entertainment back then when there was only 3 channels.
If you want really bad, there was a show called Pub League that was done by Fred Truman, who's the most dour-faced Yorkshireman you can possibly imagine. You can't if you got him for like publicity for one of your products, you'd be really disappointed. Anyway, he just goes into this random pub and there's people playing darts, doms, skittles, that thing where you swing the thing round a pole and it knocks skittles over. It was so the content was boring in itself. And then there was like loads of bearded people drinking mild in the corner.
What was it called?
Knocking Pub League.
Pub League. All right, okay. And it was just the games, was it? The different pub games.
Yeah, it was just
amazing.
But
yeah, what passed for entertainment back then? My God, it's unbelievable.
I don't know whether it went nationwide or whether it was just a Yorkshire thing, but it was absolutely shocking. So, what's going on for Storm of Steel?
We digress.
We digress. Anyone who's if you're listening to this now as your first ever Yorkshire Gamer podcast, stop.
Find something else. It's much more interesting than this.
Anything that's got Brews in the Binyard at the start, don't have that as your first one. Listen to something sensible like me
Not
talking.
representative of the rest of the podcast.
Me talking to that bloke about paintbrushes for 2 hours. That's a little bit more sensible.
Yeah, that's a good entry.
Pete Thompson. I see him at all the shows now. He's a lovely
Oh.
chap. Lovely chap. So yeah, what's happening at Storm of Steel, mate? Is your weekly update still your big money?
Yeah,
money
I guess so.
maker?
Well, yeah, moneymakers, well, like a pound after several thousand views. Yes, I've not done any for the last couple of weeks because I've just been busy. I mentioned it. I was away for work, so I've just not had anything to paint. I've been working on a Panzer IV today because it's a day off from work, obviously, and for Tom Egan, his
Tom's doing like a
yeah,
festive Panzer IV challenge.
that's right, yeah. So and I didn't think I'd be able to join in, but then I've got an old Tamiya 135th kit. And I thought, oh, that's perfect. I've been meaning to build this for a while. I've got no use for it in a game because it's too big anyway. And it's just, I like building kits and it's a good excuse to do it. So I put that together today. The other thing I'm working on at the moment is some chasseurs à cheval of the Imperial Guard. My mate bought some for me. They're the epic Napoleonic ones from Warlord. Yeah, 15mm ones. Yeah, 15mm. So, God's own scale. And my mate bought them for me for my 50th earlier this year. So I did the other ones. It's the chasseurs of the guard, isn't it? The other ones. These are the grenadiers of Cheval. Yeah, the ones with the busbies. So I'm working on them. And slightly exclusively, I've not mentioned this yet, but slightly exclusively for you, because I haven't been able to do a hobby update, but the guys over at Salute asked me if I'd be on the Hobby Heroes panel this year.
Oh, very good.
Which is very
Well
nice,
done.
yeah. So I said no.
They're obviously scraping the barrel after last year.
Absolutely. That's what I thought. I said, how can I follow Ken? But yeah, no, I said, of course, I was going to go to Salute anyway. So, it's a nice little addition, really. It's nice to get that. So, yeah, I was well chuffed. So that only came through this week, actually. I'm just waiting for the rest of the information to come through. So if you've got any tips, Ken.
I don't send you any information. You just turn up and they ask you a load of questions.
Yeah, yeah. Do you get tomatoes thrown at you?
I didn't know. No, I did quite well, actually. I was quite surprised. Okay.
I brought some tins of tomatoes to throw at you, but I got too busy filming, so I didn't get a chance to see you.
There was a bit of tension because there was Chris Peach's tips from he was a lovely lad, and then Alessandro Cavatori, the real writer. Again, he was a really nice guy, nice to talk to, and Kev Dallymore, me. And then we had this American guy who just made a film on, and we all had to introduce ourselves. And he was going, "Yeah, well, I didn't really want to speak to like old guys playing in their basements doing really big games." And I went, "What, me?"
Literally, my raison d'etre.
So this is going to go well.
What are you doing at home then?
Brilliant.
So yeah, it was funny. It was funny. Anyway, slightly off topic. Alex, have you seen and tried the Hendo's flavoured crisps?
Yes, I have actually.
Oh, very good.
They haven't done it at the club, and I did try them. They're all right. Tastes like Hendo's. Yeah, they're all right.
You have them up with you, Iain?
No, I had no idea. No idea. He's just got a blank look again for the listeners. He's just got a completely blank look on his face.
Never heard of them.
It's Henderson's relish. It's like Worcester sauce, but better because he's made in Sheffield.
Yeah, it's more northern, a bit spicy.
Yeah.
I've never seen them.
No. I'll bring the bottle up next time I see you, mate. I'll smuggle it over the border when I come on holiday to Scotland and drop it off at your house. Very nice, very tasty. I need to re-up at the moment because I'm down to about 1/4 of an inch of Hendo's.
No, we've always got a fresh bottle in the house.
Yeah,
you can't go forward without it.
I shouldn't really say this, but our neighbour makes us some tea on a Friday, and we make her tea on a Sunday. She's an elderly lady, and she makes shepherd's pie, and it really needs fucking sprucing up. But you can't say anything, can you? Because she's being
you can't. Yeah.
So good splash of endos, and it
That's
really.
it, yeah, get it all.
You
Yeah.
take like some secret and just
Yeah.
pour it over.
Yeah.
I like it in sausage casseroles. It's a good. You throw it in there, instead of the poor pretender Worcester sauce. Nobody wants that in there.
Exactly.
Get your
Exactly.
head nose in. Half a bottle of head nose in.
So what's happening with your? Oh, sorry.
Wargaming. What's that all about?
Wargaming. What's that all about? Here, what's happening with your figure ranges, mate? I've seen you've had some newish figures out recently. Have you got what you've got in the pipeline?
Loads, mate. Still loads. So we just brought out 2 new packs there for the Border Wars stuff, but the next big lot of figures is going to be for the Jacobites. Really, Nick did a load of sculpts a few months back, and I've kind of sat on them for quite a while because you don't want to release everything at the one time. And I was trying to get them all painted, so I've been kind of painting away. So there's a lot of different figures. Jacobites, some like skirmishing. Got like French cavalry as well coming. So there was French cavalry that was there with the Jacobite army. The Fitzjames horse. So I've got guys that do that. Well, that would be them, but they will also be able to be used in my War Horsing Succession, just as very general French cavalry with the breastplates and the tricorns. Pretty cool looking. Try to think off the top of my head. I've got a lot of personalities.
When you say you don't want to release them all at once, do you have like a schedule for releasing, or do you just do it when you feel like you should do?
No, so it becomes a way that I'm trying to go, right, well, what do I want to do when I release them? So maybe you do like a pre-order, and you, especially with the guys, like when I was doing them, you get basically inundated with the orders. It can come a bit too much, so I always try to spread it out a little bit. But sometimes the ideas are coming in quicker than the releases. So I'm kind of like, right, give me these figures, and then I'm like, give me these figures. And then sometimes you don't hear from the sculptor, and you don't think anything about it. And he's like, look, I've got all this. You're like, oh crap, wasn't expecting that. And then you've got all these, you've got like a backlog of figures just sitting there. But it then becomes a process, obviously, of getting them all molded, and then just getting set up to release. No, certainly with stuff like the Border Wars, because I've started moving over into getting like full boxes for the sets. Previously I was doing them in smaller boxes, but I've moved over into these like fully packaged boxes because of the guys at Sithee are selling them at the shows and stuff. Makes it look more pretty. So there's a whole process of going through me designing those boxes, sending them off to the printer and everything now. So it can kind of just take time. So I've done
That's something a lot of people don't really understand, isn't it? When it's only when you're like a one-man operation like you, or a very small business, is that everything's got to go through you, hasn't it? So
unless I start firing it out to other people to do certain things. But the problem I've got is a lot of the things that I do or like need done, I have like a keen interest in. So whether it's to do with things like the designing of the layout of the boxes, I have an interest and I do all that kind of stuff on my own. I've done that for years. The whole graphic side of things. Then I obviously enjoy painting figures, so I'm like, well, I can paint them to a standard that I'm happy with. So I'll paint them well, and then I'm like, yeah, I'll take photographs and I'll do all this, and then next thing I know, I'm like, I become the bottleneck almost. It's not as though it's other people, it's me, because
well, that's what I mean. It's like, because you're the one that's doing everything.
Yeah,
you do one thing, one less thing doesn't get done, doesn't it? So it's like the line just gets longer and longer of other things to do, doesn't it?
And the problem you sometimes get is, it's not a problem, but when you do put these pieces of work out with others, their schedule doesn't always match with yours. So say you're needing a commission figure painter, sometimes these guys are so involved with other companies.
Yeah, of course.
It's quite hard to get in, especially some of the top painters.
Mm-hmm.
And you could say, "Can I get you to paint my figures?" And they're like, "Oh, you're not getting them until 8 months." And you're like, "Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I need
I
them at the
wanted
end
at
of the
least
week.
these 3 months." So, so you're like, right, I'll just need to paint them myself, and then because you're not got that fit in the door, you don't always have that way of just leaning on those people to get that stuff quick, because sometimes some of the guys that they have such good relationships with certain other companies that they always get the first dibs. You
Yeah.
don't. I end up just putting a lot of pressure on myself and being the person it has to do it, and then I become, as I say, I become the bottleneck. But we did the release there, the two new Border Wars sets to make it the Queen's Envoy one and the newer March Warden sets, and I've got a whole load of new STL stuff coming for Border Wars. People won't like the idea that they're STL only. I get that, but sometimes I don't want to release. You don't want to always release too much because, as I say, again, it becomes that whole process going through boxes, packaging, working with the guys at Sithee to make sure that they're prepared on how to bag everything and package it all. And so when I get some of these sculpts I'm just like, I'm not going to put them into metal. I'll just do them as STLs. And some people will moan, but I can't. It,
You can't please everyone. Someone's
you
always
can't
going to
please
find,
everyone.
even if
And
it's in metal, people will be saying, "Why aren't there STLs?" It's you're never going to win, are you? At the end of the day.
no, and I know, and I get the whole thing, but sometimes it's just like it. You never know if a set of miniatures is going to be worth it to release.
That's the difficulty as
I've
well,
released
isn't
some
it?
figures that just haven't been worth it. They're still
Yeah,
part of the range, but they were
yeah,
never
yeah.
worth it. Like the Dutch for Warriors in Succession, I've probably never made any money on them.
Mm.
Um,
That'd be fine as an STL, wouldn't it? Because the output there is relatively minimal, isn't it? Whereas otherwise you've got to make the molds, you've got to make the figures and all that stuff, and there's all that cost as well involved in that. Whereas your STL, I suppose at least you can try it out a range, can't you, with an STL, see how well it sells as an STL, and then
yeah.
develop it into a metal one, can't you? It's a bit of a tester as well for you.
So for the stupider northerners who aren't very good with technology like me, how does the STL thing work then? So if I want to buy some STLs off you, Ian, then does that limit me to the number of times I can print them out, or
No,
who I
no,
can send that?
you can print them out as much as you want.
Hmm,
That's the beauty of it. Probably not the beauty of it with a range like Border Wars. The beauty of those kind of things, I see the benefit is guys like the piano war game stuff and the
yeah.
Napoleonics,
Mm.
and how
This stuff
they
is fantastic, isn't it?
those sculpts are absolutely beautiful, and if you're buying them in STL, it can be quite
Mm.
an expensive outlay. I think it's about £100 for the STLs. I think it's about 99 euros. I think it's, but you can print
Mm.
the whole Battle of Leipzig. It's going to cost you to print them, but it would be way better, cheaper than even if you were
So
doing
is
them in
is it
plastic.
kind of a
And
gentleman's honour then that you'll just do it for yourself and not flog them? Is kind of that how it works?
the rule, it does say that when you buy them, it does say that you're that
Hmm,
is meant to be the case. You're not meant to share them, and you're not meant to sell them for
yeah.
profit, kind of thing. People have contact. I've done STL stuff in the past, and people have said, "Do you mind if my mate prints them?" No,
Mm,
no, I don't. But just don't be sharing
yeah.
the STLs or selling the
Of course
figures,
it does, yeah. It's the same with PDFs,
kind of
isn't it?
thing.
Rules in PDF. It's exactly the same problem that people
It does
face.
happen though. It's a big thing. And that was the problem I had with Border
Mm,
Wars the first time when I was releasing Border Wars. I did like an STL option, and I was notified of a group that were basically planning on doing like they do like these group buys
and get the full range.
So
for
say you're
50p,
selling it for
yeah.
£30, 60 of them will jump in and with
Oh,
50
right.
pence
Very
each.
kind of 'em.
Yeah. I mean, you can see the attraction of it because obviously it costs you 50 pence to get an entire range. But I always, I'm not trying to be holier than thou or anything here, but I always figure like, people like you, Iain, your small companies, your cottage industries, you're relying on that money. And for the sake of what, 30 quid or, 16 quid, 20 quid for a set of rules,
Yeah.
I'd rather just pay it, and know it's going to that person.
Yeah, the thing is, Alex, there is guys
Yeah,
certainly
yeah.
relying on it. I'm not relying on this money. I work full
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
I don't rely on Flags of War. What the money for Flags of War does rely on is the development of the range, because pretty much the money just goes straight back into buying more stuff.
Yeah,
So
yeah, even that, like, yeah, even if I'm not taking food out your kid's mouth, you're stopping that range developing. It's like, yeah,
you start to you're ultimately stopping your own hobby by doing these kind of things. If you go,
yeah,
yeah, you go, well, I've bought something at a cheap price, but then you might the future plans might not happen
yeah.
because they can no longer afford to to support the range, or just the future of that doesn't continue as it probably was planned because there's no more money in it.
I think in general, wargamers are fairly honest folk, aren't they? I think
The majority, I would say so. No, I think because I would say no, and I certainly see it with the guys who purchase a lot of my flags and stuff. If we and I know how I am as a hobbyist, I think we spend quite a lot of money on our
Yeah,
hobby,
yeah.
and we're quite happy to do so. It's just one of these things, and then you see the guys with all these big games, they cost thousands upon thousands. You see some guys on I want to buy ranges, and they spend thousands on new armies and stuff and share them about. And so I think for the most part, we're quite an honest hobby. Yeah, I would say so. But some of these groups have seen about the guys that share these STLs. A lot of them will openly admit they don't even really do it to print the files. It's almost like a hobby of its own, is collecting these STLs. Rather, they're not printing them; they're just collecting them. They just want these files. It's like stickers, like football stickers. Oh, I need these, and they're
Well, we're all collectors at heart, aren't we? At the end of the day,
yeah,
whether it's physical or digital, we're all collecting something.
yeah.
So yeah, you can understand, like, having gigabytes worth of files that you've never printed and never going to print.
That's it.
But it is,
They've
yeah,
not,
it's just
they're not, as you say, they're not going to print them. They just wanted to collect these files and have them stored.
it's just the same as having a lead mountain, isn't it? Really, that's a physical. It's a digital mountain, isn't it, rather than a lead mountain.
Never mind, you're never even going to paint them. You're not even going to print them.
We print them, in the first place. Yeah.
dear me. So you've got a printer, haven't you, Alex? Did you get it working?
No.
I thought
No.
somebody had sent you one for nothing with your ginormous YouTube following. You've not got one.
It was going to come through from my mini factory, but it just went quiet. It never arrived, so I assumed okay, they didn't want to send
You didn't
one
slag them
after
off
all.
on here, did you?
Yeah,
And they've just got.
I don't think so.
Okay,
No,
he's not having one now.
because I've only just remembered about it now. You mentioned
right.
it. No, yeah, it never showed
Right.
up. Never showed up.
So we're
So yeah, I mean, I still use. I haven't actually, to be honest, I haven't bought any hobby stuff for a long time because I'm working my way through the epic Napoleonic stuff that Warlord did send me.
free.
For free, yeah, and don't be jealous. But normally I would buy 3D printed stuff through Paula Sabotaged.
Me and Warlord don't get on.
I know you don't.
There's a couple more stories that I'll tell you one day.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm quite happy to share the one where they nicked my bloody photographs and used them without telling me, because I've used that one before. But we've fallen out a couple of more times recently.
Right.
And that's without releasing my Napoleonic French Lancer review video.
Have you done one?
I've done one, and I just swore so much all the way through it.
No.
Demonetized.
Like, these are the shittest figures I've ever. Fucking this, they've got the plastic figures. So I'm going off of one here, but the plastic figures, and the horses have got tiny little like lugs around the feet.
Right.
How much money have they saved by not having a full plastic base? And how fucking much more trouble is it going to be when I stick so I've got to stick them to plastic, or else they won't glue to the MDF, and then put the plastic onto MDF.
Right.
So how did it go into the base?
You're supposed to glue them by the feet. There's, like I say, there's like maybe 2 or 3 mil round each foot. So you glue that onto a plastic base, and that's what makes them stand up.
Right.
Allegedly.
So it's just like a little puddle.
Yeah.
Right. Rather than a full base.
I mean, you're always banging on about not basing tanks, so don't base cavalry either.
Cavalry fall over.
So do tanks.
It's not like a horse that's got a brain going, you know what? I've got 4 legs. What I'll do is I'll put them down so I don't fall over. This is an inanimate piece of plastic that's got no fucking base, and it just falls over. Tanks. I did engineering at university when you were fucking around digging people's back gardens up for Kellions. I did proper work. Tanks, stable, don't need bases.
But that said, I like the Warlord epic stuff. So Warlord, if you are listening to this, don't listen to Ken. Listen to me.
Oh, I'm sure the epic stuff's lovely. I've not seen any because I didn't get any for free.
I doubt you're going to get any now.
Yeah, I was going to say you're not really. No. I don't think you're pleading a case here.
That ship has sailed.
I think it has a long time ago.
And it's not wind sail. It's fucking Star Trek light speed power. It's gone. Anyway, how did we get to having to go to Warlord Games? I can't remember.
Not sure.
Anyway,
not sure.
There we go.
It comes round as regular as clockwork, I think.
It does, mate. And you're still doing the game reports, aren't you?
Yeah. I just put one out today, actually, when we're recording this. This is it's a Christmas game that me and my mate played a couple of weeks ago. It was the Fall of Hong Kong, because that happened on the 25th of December. So I thought I always like to have a little Christmas game report and have a little bit of snowfall throughout it. What have I done in the past? I did a.
Is that not the game? Is that the game you've done for Two Fat Laddies magazine as well?
No. Yes and no.
Yes, no.
It's.
I've not read all the magazine yet. I only got it the other day.
The one in the magazine, which I was supposed to mention, somebody put a comment when I put a post about it. They said it'd make you both jealous if I mentioned it in this, so I'm going to mention it in case they're listening. I can't remember the name, man. I don't know if you're both jealous or not, but yeah, I didn't get paid for it. I just got a free magazine. Well, actually, I got 3 free magazines because Richard sent one, then he sent another one, same copy, and then he said there was some kind of error on the first 2, so he sent another one. So I've had 3 copies of it. It happens every year. You think they've been doing this for decades at this point? You'd have thought he'd have sorted it out, but yes, the mod in the magazine is a Chain of Command Far East Fall of Hong Kong. So that's platoon level. So it's the Hong Kong Volunteer Defence Corps. The one that I put out today, which is the battle report, is I Ain't Been Shot, Mum. So that is company level. So it's a Japanese company versus the Hong Kong Volunteer Defence Corps number 2 company. So yes, similar. I think I was thinking about it actually afterwards. What I should have done is written the same article for the magazine, but both for Chain of Command and for I Ain't Been Shot, Mum, and kind of made it bigger for the Iron Being Shot Mum version, because it's almost the same kind of map, slightly different. But yeah, just me and my mate played it a couple of weeks ago here. We had a free weekend, and I just thought I want to get a Christmas game filmed, and I always think about for something with snowfall or snow. So we've done foy, as the Americans call it. We've done Romanians versus Soviets for O Group. I can't remember what else. Battle of the Bulge, Chain of Command. So they've been some of the Christmas games, but this one I just thought let's go Far East and something a bit different. Hong Kong's a very, very interesting mini campaign as well.
Yeah, we haven't done one for years since pre-COVID. Actually, a World War One Mesopotamia used to be our Christmas game.
Yeah,
and we did a Crusades game once because that had tenuous links to Christmas and Jerusalem.
yeah.
I thought, somebody's going to get upset with that, aren't they? So I decided maybe that wasn't a good idea to do in the future. I think we'll have a quick look at what our highlights and lowlights of the year have been before we move on. So I think for me the big thing for me this year has been getting back and doing shows. And I started in York with the Mentana game, and I've kind of done 5 or 6 shows this year, putting them on. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoy getting out there and going to shows again. Maybe because what I find is that if I'm there as a punter and I'm just walking around, I don't get into it as much. But if I'm there doing something, I've got idiots coming and try and film me and fucking trying to catch me out when I start swearing and putting it on the end of the bloody YouTube video to make me look stupid.
Don't know what you're talking about. No idea.
So, did you get to many shows, Iain, this year? Have I seen you this year? I can't remember.
No, I actually missed you Partisan as well.
Yeah, you did,
yeah. I was very hungover. Yeah. That was because we decided to go to Lincoln this year. Yeah. Ended up a bit too drunk. But no, it was a good show. But somebody was I completely missed you. I don't know how.
Yeah.
I did see.
It's busy though, isn't it? It's.
It was. I felt it was very busy this year. The Partisan
was.
Yeah.
I
think they said it was the most they'd ever had in through the door. So, I got friends there who I've known for years and years, and I just didn't see them. So, and I've got a fucking ginormous banner that says Yorkshire Gamer above my head.
How can you miss you?
I felt even just like there was certain people I was sitting chatting to, and I felt as though just standing there, I was like quite overwhelmed with how many people were in the hall at certain points. I was like, wow.
It seems like almost like the word has got out for Partisan, hasn't it? People realise, all of a sudden, actually, it's a good show. Go to it. But I don't know where it's come from.
I think saying it, but Sleep was well attended as well. I think it's very positive for the bigger shows. I think maybe some of the smaller shows are struggling a little bit to maybe get people through the doors, and people are going to the bigger shows instead.
Yeah, perhaps. I think they're just well known as well, though, aren't they? I mean, like Partisan and Salutes, they've been around for decades. Everybody knows Salutes because everybody goes to it. Partisan, I mean, not so much, but I think it still has a good reputation. And I personally think that Partisan is better than Salutes.
In terms of quality and of game, and Salutes very big, and you might miss. I certainly, in the short time I had to walk around, I missed loads of stuff. Whereas Partisan, it's like quality compacted on more quality.
Yeah. I wonder if there's been a bit, because there's been a lot of YouTube channels, not just mine, but a lot of YouTube channels have showcased Partisan as a show, show reports and things. So I wonder if that has also attracted more people to come to it, before they may have not realised previously how good it is, and then they've seen it on YouTube and gone, oh, I should go to that kind of thing. Like everybody's heard of Salutes, like I say, whether you go or not, you've heard of it. But Partisan, it's because it's more historical. It's probably a little less known than Salutes is.
It does seem to be one of those shows that people are willing to travel for.
Yeah.
Come from very far to go to these shows. There's people. I know loads of guys that come from Scotland just to put on games. And go all the way down to Partisan and stuff. Some of them even go to Salute, but it seems as though Partisan's one of the top billings for most of these people to travel in terms of going to see games and even putting games on.
Yeah, I think a lot of people travel to see the quality of games at Partisan, and the Perrys have usually got something on. David Imrie, for his stuff is always absolutely amazing. There's just loads of groups that go every year that just put on amazing tables, and I put my stuff on and I'm nowhere near the top of the table, if you know what I mean. And I just love it. I just think it's fantastic to see all those games.
That was one of the guys from the Stonewall group. Peter Nicholson passed away.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Peter passed. I think his funeral was only a couple of weeks ago.
Bloody hell.
He always put on great games at Partisan every year. He was down at both shows. He stayed up in Aberdeen. He always put on great games, and sadly Peter's passed away, and he was always a great customer. I've known Peter for many years. He was a great customer of mine. He was a great person to speak to at all these shows and everything. He was always very attentive in terms of seeking me out and chatting away at my stall or wherever if I had a game on. And yeah, I'd seen him. I think I seen him at other Partisan. I was chatting to him, and then I think it was just a couple of weeks after he passed away.
It's
such a shame.
Yeah, it's very
sad times.
Yeah, very sad indeed. So, did you get to the shows in Scotland, Iain? Did you get to Claymore and Carronade, isn't it, the Falkirk show?
Yeah, I got to both of them. I'd went as a punter at both because I never had the stall. It was quite different. I never had a game on. I was going to do a game, then I did. Going to try and do more games going forward. Certainly want to try and get in and do my Falkirk game for next year. Hopefully get all that sorted pretty soon. Seems appropriate to do the game there, especially as it will be the anniversary next year. So seems appropriate to do it. Whether I do a game at both shows, I'm not too sure. I do like going round the rest of the table, and as you say, when you do a game, you are so involved with the show, you don't really get to see anything else, and whether you're chatting to people, and that's the biggest thing I always find, because when you do the Edinburgh show, they do like obviously the awards for the best game and all that, and you can kind of see the guys that are judging the games, and they kind of come round, but the things they kind of judge on are how well you especially if you're doing like participation games, is how well you're interacting with the guys that are playing the game. But I get a lot of guys that then come up and want to chat to me, so you're sitting there chatting away, and you're like, all right, I need to tell these people how to play the game. You're flitting between, and if you're not telling them how to play the game, somebody's sitting there marking you down, going, well, you're not telling them how to play your game, so you're getting marked down for that. Because I'm too busy chatting to somebody that just came over. So it's one of those things, and especially people coming over and they want to ask you about the game, or they ask you about the range, and you're trying to teach somebody else. So I probably need people helping me.
I was going to say, that's kind of what you do, isn't it, Ken?
Yeah.
You're like the hair and teeth of the operation. Everybody else is running the game and doing a bit.
I get 3 or 4 people to play the game, so it keeps moving, and then I try and talk to everyone, and occasionally roll some dice and whatever I can. It works best that way. It's not brilliant for me because I never get to actually have a game. I mean, that bloody Mentana thing that I put together, I think I played it twice. But
it's not a bad thing me not playing my game. I'm not that good at it.
No. Certainly don't want to get stressed. So what would be a highlight of the year for you, Alex? What's been good about 24 for you?
Just generally, I think similar to you guys, visiting quite a few shows. I mean, getting on Salute and things like that. I think probably one of the biggest highlights is been involved in the playtesting of Chain of Command 2.
Oh.
Rich invited me along to the closed Facebook group, which is a bit of a brainstorming session, and I managed to drag my mate Dex in, who I game at the club with, and we're both big Chain of Command fans. And I said, do you mind if Dex joins? Because simply, I'm going to play it with him, so he may as well be involved. And it's more the interesting part of it is more to see how things develop. How a game is developed and how rules are developed and what gets kept in and what gets thrown out. And this group, I think there's about somewhere between about 16 and 20 of us in the group, and it's people, a lot of people who do a lot of the lardy kind of days and stuff, and people who have been involved in the lardy side of things for a long time, and so everybody has their own opinion on how things should work. And it's interesting to see those discussions as well. Rich will throw up some rules and say, right, okay, try these out, see what you think of them. And then everybody tries them and kind of comes back and reports back. And then we have these mini arguments about, well, the so-and-so works, this doesn't, that does. And it's interesting to see, like I say, because he's obviously he's the designer, we only have opinions that we can put to him. But it's a case of, it's just interesting to see that process. Because the stuff that this process started, it's getting on for over nearly a year now, and that's since I've been involved, and it was happening before that, long before that. But there's there were rules that were put out that have just completely disappeared now because they just don't work. So they've gone through so many iterations.
Did you ever have something that you thought, fucking, this is awesome, this is like revolutionised Chain of Command, and then everyone goes, no, it's shit, we're not having this?
There's a couple of things. The close combat, in particular, I'm still not. Unless you play Chain of Command, you probably won't know what I'm talking about. But basically, close combat, you roll 5s and 6s. It's a kill, and it's a game ender. It has now changed for Chain of Command 2 for a 5 is a shock and a 6 is a kill. So it's less deadly. And we played it quite a lot. The way that I use close combat in Chain of Command is you pin your enemy, or at least these are the rules I should follow, but I never do. You pin your enemy, you go in and you finish them off and you kill them, and it collapses their force morale, and game over because you've killed everybody, because you just have to overwhelm them. But now, because you've gone from a 1 in 3 chance of killing them to a 1 in 6 chance of killing them, you're getting a lot more survivors, so you're still getting more bodies on the tabletop. And myself and Dex have talked about this a lot in the game, and I've talked about it in the thing. But he's sticking with the change, because what he's done is completely changed the game for me, because it's changed what I do in the game. What was supposed to be the coup de grace is no longer the coup de grace. It's like now I've got to think about that going forward. So yeah, there's little things like that. I don't know. Rich probably listens to this, so if he's listening, that's my only thing with it. But the majority of people voted for it. Everybody else seems to like it. I've just not found a place for it in my games yet, or how to use it. That's all it comes down to. And that's me.
Taking Achilles' heel.
Yeah, exactly that. It's like, right, I knew how to get to C from A, B, C. Now I've got to get to D, and I'm not entirely sure how to do that yet.
I'm sure you'll adjust.
I'm sure I will. And if not, I'll just flip the table and say I won anyway. So it doesn't matter.
Something else.
Yeah, too right. Yeah, bolt action.
The old rules.
Voting. What has voting ever done for us? Nothing. But
yeah, as a highlight, I think just that watching the process has just been a highlight. I think the rest of the hobby year has been pretty good, pretty interesting and fun anyway. But yeah, just I think just being involved and seeing the other side of the wire for a little bit.
Chain of Command 2, it's a bit less deadly. That's the tagline. It's a bit less deadly.
And I'm not telling tales out of school here, because Richard's already written an article about it in the Lardy magazine, which I've yet to read, but it is in there about.
Is that the one?
So I don't know what it says.
Is that the one you got free?
That's the one of the 3 ones I got 3. I did write an article in it, Ken. I did some work for it.
Don't know. It's fine. Surprised you can find it underneath all your free warlord epic Napoleonic.
Yeah, well, I've got so much else to do at the moment, so that's why the Lardy magazine is the bottom of the list for reading at the moment.
Exactly. So, have you got a highlight of the year, Iain? What's obviously not football related?
I don't have any highlights for that anyway, so let's say about that the better.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
I'd probably say the transition to Sithee certainly going to have such a more positive impact on my hobby. Though freeing up so much more time for me to do my hobby. Even the thought of having friends around my house to play games rather than, because I've not been going to my club as much, just with various factors. So, and most of the people that I game with at my club are people that I game with all the time anyway, and I'd invite them around my house. So it wouldn't matter. The switch from me doing everything for Flags of War to those guys at Sithee are doing a brilliant job with the distribution has certainly been the highlight. Not just for the business aspect, but more so for how it's going to impact me and my hobby in the future. That me get a lot of that hobby time back. We'll have hopefully see good parts of it in the new year, because even things like I've always wanted to do things like videos and stuff, certainly for my game.
Yeah.
For Border Wars, doing videos and explaining it. And it's not just Border Wars, there's other aspects in that game coming out. The campaign rules are getting reviewed now. And then there's a couple other games that are going to be coming out very similar but different. So the idea of doing videos that explain how the game works, and just I'll have that with the ability that the space that I've got. Never had the space before. I'll certainly have that. I've got the lighting and everything. So yeah, the transition to Sithee has probably been the biggest positive, and the guys have been brilliant. Can't fault them. People can the only thing that can be a problem is maybe they're sometimes too quick. I can get a customer can place an order and then they'll email me, and I'll maybe be at work, so I'll not see the email, and then they'll go like, they'll email and say, "Oh, I've got that order wrong. Can you change it?" Then I go and look at the order, and I'm like, "No, it's been processed.
It's gone.
No, I can't change it." The guys have sent it too quick.
Can't hang around. Can't hang around in this game.
Yeah, maybe sometimes it's a bit too quick. Certainly for me to get back to my emails anyway. But that's probably, as I say, there's the business side, yes, but the impact to my hobby, that's the most exciting bit. That the business become just so much part of the hobby. It's never what I wanted. Just that sounds so stupid, because you're like, oh, you should just be putting up what you decided to start a business. It's either that and I don't do it. No, there was at points I was like, why do I want to do this? Do I need the stress, and do I just get rid of it? But I do enjoy the business. I enjoy doing the flags. I can't get away from that. I enjoy making the flags, enjoy researching the flags, enjoy going away. And even when people are like, "Can you add these flags?" And I maybe don't, but I go away and I end up down like a rabbit hole of just like start learning all this stuff about new wars that I've never even had any remote interest in. So yeah, and it's even the move to Sithee. I hope that'll help with the flags, getting more flags out. There's so many more flags that I want to add and need to add, and other people are asking for more. But I'm kind of like, well, no, I want to try and stick to what I already have on my list. But just don't ever get round to doing.
Yeah, no, it's one of those times, Ian, when you've got young kids. I've seen it at our club. That people will kind of drift away from the club for a period of time until the child's more self-reliant,
Yeah.
and then they come back into the club, hopefully bringing the kids with them. So yeah,
That was it. I used to take my daughter. She wasn't into gaming. I used to take her to the War Games Club. My wife would be working on Sunday. My daughter would sit in the corner on their iPad.
oh, awesome.
She was never. She would. I'd go, "Do you want to play?" And she'd look up and go, "Nope."
At least you asked.
The boys are desperate to play a game. I need to try and come up with something that I can get them doing, some sort of very simple rules, because
All action.
if you look at my hobby blog, I'm fascinated with things like pop culture, 80s cartoons and everything. So I've got tons and tons of figures that I've never ever gamed with. I've just painted them. That's what, when I was talking to you about moving my glass cabinet down, that's what goes in there. These are all figures for cartoons and comics and movies that I grew up watching, and I just buy figures and paint them. No, whether things from like Crooked Dice or whatever, I've just got tons of these figures. I've never ever game with them. I don't really do anything with them. They just sit in a glass cabinet. But my boys now see them and they're like, right, can I touch them? And I'm like, no. And they like to play, because I've got like, they want to play a game with the Scooby Doo figures. So I'm like, right, how do I come up with a game that is not too complicated? They're only 3 and 5, so I'd love to do something that's so simple, rolling a couple of dice and something happens. Even like, I've got all these figures for the Ghostbusters games, like ghosts and everything, but I've never ever played a game with them. The boys are just like, we need to play a game. I'm like, yeah, we really do need to play a game. So maybe that's a task for me. Something so simple. I don't even know if there is a set of rules out there like that. An introduction set of rules for kids to wargaming.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about Games Workshop, but something. And my mate Thomas Foss does stuff in America, and he does the Wooden Soldiers wargaming.
All right.
And that's for kids. Thomas is brilliant at these kids games, because he's got 2 kids, and every year he used to do these kids parties, and they would do these games for these kids, and they would come up with all these different fantastic looking games. They would build all the figures and everything for them, but he did this range of like MDF, like Napoleonics and stuff, and he does these Wooden Wars games. So I need to try and maybe pick his brain and go, right, how can I come up with something simple to do, like a kids cartoon game that my boys at age of 5 can just roll a couple of dice and they get an outcome that they'll be excited by.
Yeah.
You know, something I need to come up with.
Yeah, it's certainly one to look out for. So lowlights of the year. Then I'm going to go for the demise of Twitter.
Yeah.
I think it's really sad. I mean, people listening to this will probably know that I think all politicians are arseholes. So it's no surprise to me that an arsehole won. The positive result is King Charles III becoming monarch of America. Never mind anything else. We had it right. We had it right in 1642. Bloody hell, Cromwell. Lot to answer for. Anyway, but I think it was a real shame that loads and loads of people left. Are you on Blue Sky, Alex?
Yeah, I joined Blue Sky when it first, well, not when it first started, but when it was in its early days. I think I was like, there was a thing that going around a few months ago where it said like what number Blue Sky you were, and I was like just less than 1 million, I think. And it's on about 20-30 million, I think, at the moment. It's come up to. It's come quite a way in the last couple of months, as you'd expect. I joined it when it was invite only.
Yeah, that's when I joined it as well.
Yeah, well, you could only get a certain amount of invites to send out as well, couldn't you? It was like every few days or something. So I've been on it, but it was very, very quiet back then. And then he kind of got more as the presidential elections came up, and Elon Musk started doing more and more fractious things. I think when how long ago did he take over Twitter?
Probably 18 months, a couple of years ago. It's been a
Yeah,
while.
because when things like that
There wasn't
happened,
there
think
wasn't as much a change as there has been in the last 6 months, I would say, initially.
No, yeah, the last 6 months really pushed it over, didn't they? And I think that's when I kind of made my mind up, where I thought, right, okay, I'm just going to stick to one of these profiles, and it was hard to. I had something like 4K followers on Twitter, but I was looking at the stats in it. You'd still get 30 likes if you put a post up. Even got potentially 4,000 people could have seen it, and it just feels like, and it felt like it was hard to give up that many followers, but they just thought, well, but why am I maintaining the richest man in the world, and even putting an extra penny into his pocket through advertising? I don't want to do it, given my political stance against Trump anyway, and also the backing he was doing, and the fact it was just full of bots as well. It was just full of all kinds of crap, and it was and then you start getting all these extreme right wing views coming through into your feed, and then they stopped the blocking and stuff, and I just deleted it. I said, right, I put a post up. I said, it wasn't a oh, I'm out of here. It was literally, I'm waiting for my Twitter, what's the word, log to download, because you can actually get your Twitter archive to download, but it takes a few days for them to do it. So I just said, I'm waiting for that to download. I'm going to be on Blue Sky. Here's my address. Once I've got the archive, I'm gone. And I did. As soon as the archive arrived, I've saved it, so I've still got all my Twitter posts and replies and things, conversations over the past few years. But yeah, I think it was a real low light, like you say. I've got no idea what it looks like now, wargaming Twitter, but 3-4 years ago, it was a vibrant, interesting, funny place, and then it just nosedived, and Blue Sky has gone up the opposite way, completely.
Quite weirdly, because I'm still on X, Twitter, wherever it is, flying the royal flag for absolute monarchy, it's weirdly got more interactive recently on the wargaming front, and I think it's because
right.
And Blue Sky the same, but for different reasons. So Blue Sky, my followers have gone up massively, and there's a lot more interaction. But on Twitter, my followers have gone down maybe 150, something like that. But there seems to be more interactions. There seems to be more. The people who are left on there seem to be talking to each other more.
Maybe it's because they're not seeing all the other people who have left, I guess.
Yeah. And,
you know what I mean? So you kind of thinned out one crowd.
And you kind of, the more popular Blue Sky gets, the more bots will go on there, and the more ladies in scantily clad bikinis.
It's certainly happening, but they seem to be clamping down on it pretty quick. That's the thing. So I'm getting quite a few bot followers here and there, but then they soon disappear. So whereas with Twitter, it would just be bots, and they were just staying there, and but it was just your feed was just full of crap, So yeah, I remember Blue Sky when I first started on it. It was just role playing games. Well, it was actually just D&D and 40k, and that was literally it.
Yeah, weirdos.
Weirdos. But all you could see now, fair enough. If that's what people like, then that's up to them.
Yeah.
But it's not for me. So that's what I never really used it. But then you got this massive influx of historical wargamers, and that's happened in the last few months, and it's gone. It's gone like Twitter was a while back. I think
a shout out to Henry Hyde's well worth it, because he put together a wargaming starter pack or something.
Starter pack,
and you kind of just click on that, and you automatically follow everyone that Henry has vetted as being okay. And thankfully, I'm in that group, so I'm all right.
Yeah, me too. I'm right down the bottom, but I'm in the
Yeah.
group.
I think
So thanks.
I think somebody dropped out. Yeah.
I've kind of struggled this year with social media.
Mm.
Well, certainly in the last few months, I've not been as involved with it. I don't know, just not mentally been ticking the boxes for me.
Mm.
Yeah. I was kind of the same. I was a similar, really, with Twitter anyway. I'd kind of got to a point where I was just a bit fed up of using it myself. So yeah, it was like it's nice to break away from it and do something a bit different where people are a bit more jolly and a bit more supportive rather than just some people sniping from the sidelines and not getting much engagement to your posts and things. It's kind of feel like what's the point in doing this? And then so yeah, I felt a similar way for a while as well, Ian. And then
Maybe I need to try and be a bit more on it. I think I've had people even commenting on it, like friends in the hobby, and they're like, "Oh, you've not been putting stuff on Facebook and stuff," and I'm like, "Oh, I've not."
well, nobody's forcing you
Yeah.
to. At the end of the day, it's all voluntary. It's all voluntary, isn't it? And if you're not bothered about it, don't do it.
Yeah.
But it probably, though, when it comes out Mallow Light, it'll probably explain it. But yeah,
Right.
I'm on Blue Sky, but I found it quite. I don't know about you. It's like when I keep going on and it'll be like, "Oh, you've got 30 new followers," but I'm kind of like, right, can I not just hit follow all back kind of thing? But you need to go into every single one
You
individually
do, yeah.
to follow them back, and I'm like, "Oh, I can't be bothered doing that."
Yeah.
Got 30 of them.
There is a quicker way of doing it. If you go to your own profile and you go to where it says followers, they do come up as a list,
Ah, right, okay.
and you don't have to go to their individual profiles because it just has a little black box next to it. It says follow,
Right.
following.
Let me check that out.
Then you just click on that, so it's just a bit quicker than
But
going through each of their
it's that way,
profiles.
as you say, with like Twitter and stuff, and certainly with me, because sometimes I try to distance it. That it's not a no. Sometimes I'm representing Flags Awards business. I'll maybe show some hobby stuff, but I'm certainly not using it as a personal platform to speak about things. So I kind of keep the distance, but sometimes you get people following you and you follow them back and you're thinking, yeah, it's like just somebody else that's in the hobby. And I'll certainly follow people if I think they've got something interest to show for the hobby, they're painting or whatever, they're gaming. I'm like, yeah. But then sometimes you get your feed and it'll be their personal opinions and stuff, and it can be their politics and stuff, everything. I'm just like, oh no, this guy's a crackpot. Unfollow.
Yeah, there's been a couple like that I've done, but I think in general it seems like most people are there for the wargaming. I think from the people that I follow, I've kind of got a follow for follow policy at the moment. So the people that are following me, I follow them as well until they put something untoward on,
It's the same on Instagram. I'm kind of like, all right. So people, I get a lot of followers, but then I go right. I look at their profile, and if they've got a private profile, I don't follow them back. I go, well, that's a personal profile. As Flags of War, I don't need to follow you back. But if I go on and they've got like a lot of paint and stuff, I'll go, yeah, I'll follow them back. But then I get guys that follow me, and I feel bad because they follow me. And then I go on their profile and I go, all they do is paint 40k. I'm not interested in. Like,
I hear that.
I don't want to follow. I'm like, I feel bad they've followed me, so I don't follow them back. But then my feed just gets overtaken with 40k figures. I'm like,
Well, that's exactly what Blue Sky was like a year ago. It was like literally, it was just ultrameans, and then you'd a D&D post to come up and stuff like that. It's like I'm not interested in any of this stuff at all, But yeah, it's completely different now. So
I can appreciate good painting, but I just don't even get excited with really good
Yeah.
painted 40k figures.
There's a lot of it about as well. Really, really good stuff. And people, if that's their bag, it's great. But there's people who will spend ages and ages and ages and ages on one figure,
and produce a
and
masterpiece.
a sword, not even a vigor, like the
it's
flames on a sword or something.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I've turned out 80 Imperial Guard, just thinking, because I want to play with them, not just look at it in a cabinet.
Yeah, horses for courses.
Horses for
Yeah,
courses.
exactly. So have we done downsides for everyone? I can't remember now.
Yeah, I've got
No.
done.
Iain, what's yours?
So, as I said about my social media, mine's has probably been my commitment to the hobby over the last couple of months. It's probably not been as much as it was. Maybe that is a transition from me, my focus being on getting the garden office built. But that's probably been that not interacting enough on social media, not painting enough. So I've not been putting it on like my blogs and stuff. So yeah, that's probably my biggest downside. The last certainly on the second half of the year, probably I've not been going to my club as I used to. So
I think we all go through
definitely,
phases, don't we, where that
yeah,
kind of happens.
Of course we do. You do get questions on your occasion on Facebook or on social media where people are saying like, "Oh, I've lost my hobby mojo," or I'm not painting anything for months. What do I do about it? You kind of think, well, it'll pass.
Yeah, it just
And if it doesn't, so what? What's it matter? It's just a
yeah.
hobby.
That's it. I'm kind of got
If you're enjoying it, if
getting
you're not enjoying it, don't do it.
get my paint. I've got my paint shelf all set up and stuff. So I'm kind of now
Mm.
going right. Let's get going again. Let's get no. I've been sitting there doing weirdly as I always do in my projects, my spreadsheet planning.
Oh, bit of a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I've been
Can't
open.
beat a spreadsheet.
Well, that was one of the big things. I don't know if we discussed that in one of the last
Yeah,
ones,
we-
but I'd lost a lot with my hard drive and stuff. So a lot of that was all my hobby stuff as well. So spreadsheets, or backs that I had for certain projects I was wanting to do. And then one of the ones was the Battle of Falkirk. So I've had to go through all the resources again, getting all the orbats. Certainly the ones I was happy with. Try to get more definitive orbats on the British at the Battle of Falkirk because there's so many conflicting numbers between the different guys. Doesn't matter. There doesn't seem to be anything that looks to be concrete. And anybody that's put out these numbers, there's variances across them all. And then so I've got this spreadsheet for the Battle of Falkirk. I put in the orbats. I'll then work out the ratios of what I want for many figures per base. And I had all that, and I had to do all that again. So I'm kind of back to the stage that I'm now, and I'm ticking them all off, saying, right, I've got them painted. What do I need to finish and try and get the game?
But that in itself, something like that, losing a massive piece of work and having to start again from scratch, that's just gonna
I had maps.
it's gonna drop anybody's morale, isn't it? You're not
I
gonna...
did a big giant graphic map of all the bases laid out on a table for how I based the regiments, and I lost everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically I've been going through all that. So I kind of did lose my mojo with it a little bit. It's
I can understand. You think you've got to do it all again.
Yeah, but I'm kind of getting to the stage now. I'm getting a little bit more enthusiastic about it.
Yeah.
So hopefully, kick into the new year and get back into it all and get a bit more enthusiastic about getting more games done. Certainly now that I've got the option of doing it in the house and I don't need to travel over to the West End of Glasgow.
Nobody wants to go to the West End of Glasgow.
No, West End's a nice end, but it's to get where my gaming club is near Charing Cross, and at tea time that is just pandemonium. It's crazy. So it's not always. I can get to the cut off from where I stay to the cut off in about 10 minutes, and then it can take me about 25 minutes to like go round like a roundabout just to get to the club, which is about a 5-minute walk from the cut off.
Oh, disaster.
Yeah.
So, Alex, what was your low point of the year then?
Well, we've already said it, to be honest. I think it was that. It was the demise of
Twitter,
Twitter, I think. Yeah, I think that was the big thing because it, like I say, it felt like for the last good few years, especially during the pandemic, it was it was a bit of a lifeline
Yeah,
for
it was.
a lot of hobbyists.
A lot of people had
And there was
contact
a lot
on there that they maybe wouldn't have had at the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There were people that you chatted to on a daily events and a daily occurrence, and so yeah, just to kind of lose that, really, I think that was probably mine. So we've kind of already covered it, really. Trying to think of any others. I can't think of any others really off the top of my head.
I just went on to Blue Sky there and I seen Gareth Lane still posting on both.
Good lad.
He's like, yeah.
Bless him.
Good lad. I mean, the obvious
can't keep a good man down.
The obvious other downside of the year was me buying Warlord Games French Lancers.
Let it go.
I've actually bought another 3 boxes because I've committed to them now. So, and obviously I can't have 12-figure cavalry regiments because I've had a rant about that. So I've got 4 boxes now to make 2 24-figure regiments. But the chances of them actually staying on the base and not fucking collapsing are just completely minimal. So anyway, there we go. So we'll draw a line at the first. I'm fucking an hour and 22 minutes, and we've not even finished the first section yet. Iain, have you got an interesting fact about the Jacobite rebellion to finish?
I should have known this was coming.
Right, Ian's Jacobite corner, ladies and gentlemen, for which Iain has.
So what have I done before? We spoke about the weapons.
You've done the beards and you've done the weapons.
Yeah.
He studied it all his life. All his life, he studied it.
I'm trying to think what is interesting. Whatever. When you look at these things, but you don't know, you kind of think, does anybody else think that this is interesting?
Judging by
that's not what this section is about.
Judging by Sean's Mexican corner, that never got interested. Even the one that we cut off didn't get interested.
So we've done beers, we've done weapons.
Yeah.
That was it. That's all we've done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So again, whether or not it's interesting or whether I feel as though the majority of people probably know, but it wasn't ultimately a Scottish v English war.
Oh yes, yeah. Go on.
Okay.
Go on.
There was many Scots on the government side that fought for the government against the Jacobites.
Was there a lowland highland?
No, there was a number of Highlanders that fought against the Jacobites as well.
Wow.
Yeah,
because I didn't know that.
A lot of it's political in terms of so you imagine things are 1745, certain British Empire's doing quite well for itself at this point. It's not at its peak, but it's doing pretty well around the world. It's got vast empire everywhere, and then you start seeing people making a lot of money out of that, and then try to tell them we want to change it again. They're kind of like, well, I really want to go back and change all this. So yeah, there was certainly there was a number of clan chiefs that didn't turn out. There's a lot of discussion in terms of some of those clan chiefs were paid not to, or threatened not to. But there were certainly ones that favoured the government side. The Campbells, obviously, are certainly ones that would come out in favour of the government. But there was a number of ones far north, the Highlands, that didn't do it. And then certainly, same as there was a lot of the cities, certainly in the lowlands, didn't support. There wasn't a massive amount of support in Edinburgh when they came. There certainly wasn't a lot of support when it came to Glasgow. When they came to there's a rule that still happens today that supposedly when the chief of the clan Cameron comes to the city of Glasgow, we're meant to ring the bells for him.
Yeah.
The reason being was when the Jacobite army came, the city of Glasgow basically just said, we don't want you here. And supposedly the Bonnie Prince Charlie said, set fire to it all, just burn it down.
Wow.
And the clan, the chief, the Cameron, basically stepped in and said, "No, we can't. You can't do that because it's the whole war of hearts and minds and everything. You'll never be forgiven if you were to set fire at the city." And because he's kind of saved the city, every time the chief of the clan Cameron comes to Glasgow, they're meant to ring the bells in his memory to say he did it. But he stayed, so the Prince stayed in a number of places in Glasgow, but basically the city of Glasgow went, nah, they never got any support in terms of men. They went, we'll give you some textiles and stuff and shoes. But yeah, and again, Glasgow is it's a merchant city, so ships were going back and forth between Glasgow and America. They're kind of like, well, we don't really want to give this up. We're making a lot of money, so yeah. So it was, and there's always this. You get a lot of pro-government people who would say, "Oh, there was more Scots that fought at Culloden and fought for the Jacobites," and it's kind of been disproven. But there was a large number of Scots that fought for the government at Culloden. So yeah, it's
nothing's ever black and white, is it?
No, certainly
not. It's never that clean and easy, and
look at
good guys, bad guys,
Black
or whatever.
Watch is a Highland regiment. They were formed to police the Highlands. That's what they were. There was a number of Highland. There was small detachment of the Black Watch and the Loudons in Argyll militia at Culloden. Those are the ones that are seen as pulling they pulled down the wall for the dragoons to get round the back of the Jacobite army.
Well, Alex, you said there that nothing's black and white, and I'm going to say a domino and a zebra.
Well, actually, zebras are black and white. They're actually shades of brown.
And the pedestrian crossing.
They're just very light and dark shades of brown.
Are you kidding on? Is that real?
No, they're not. Yeah, of course. The white doesn't exist in nature.
Have you got different zebras in South Yorkshire than we have?
You just ruined my whole childhood.
If they're painted, if you look at a zebra,
every time I've been to the zoo,
zebra stripe.
Every time I've been to the, you're saying they paint them in the zoo?
No, they don't paint them. You imbecile.
They paint them brown in the zoo.
Hair is just very dark brown.
Not black.
It's not black. Yeah, it's not black, is it? It's like a black horse isn't black, is it? It's very, very dark brown.
Dear. Oh dear me. Right, on that bombshell, we'll finish. We'll end part one.
Hi, it's Joe Bilton from episode 58 of the Yarkshire Gamers Reap Big Wargames podcast. I want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and hope to see some of you in the new year at the various wargame shows I'll be at with my big tables covered with terrain, starting with Salute. So it'd be great. So come and say hi if you see me there. All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, hi Ken. Hi everybody. It's Paul Thompson here of episode 63 of the Yorkshire Gamers Reap Big Wargames podcast, where we spoke about the German raid on the Isle of Wight down here. Anyway, wishing to give you greetings and wishing you all a good Yule, Merry Christmas, and perhaps we will share some more of the exciting finds from the German Commander raid with you next year. Cheers!
It's Rapid Fire's Richard Marsh here, who you may remember from the Yarkshire Gamer Podcast episode 54, when Colin Rumford and I wittered on about increasingly long lives in World War II wargaming. Well, Rapid Fire may be 30 years old this year, but we're still going strong with our new Quarantine book out now and Monty v. Rommel to come early in the new year. Ken said we could plug something. So, Ken, here's the challenge. To keep podcasting from Yorkshire till Christmas 2054, by which time everything will be 4D printed in biodegradable soya cast. Big games will be regularly played with the popular 98mm scale figures on football pitch-sized virtual hover tables, and you will have nearly finished painting your lead mountain, even though the word lead will have been made illegal in 2037. So, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, everyone, and keep on gaming big!
Right, we're back in the room. And like three old men talking about wargaming, we've all been for a week. So we're now back. And normally in this,
we start this part with a song.
No, I've done my song. That's fucking it.
With Ken doing Mariah Carey or something.
Do you want me to do Mariah Carey for next year? I've not even thought about next year yet. I thought that was quite good.
Oh, what?
There was a lot of work put into that, I've got to say. It was very impressive.
10 minutes at least. So normally in the part 2 of the Brews in the Binyard, what we do is we kind of rant and rave about the entries into Wargames Room 101 over the last 6 months. But we've not really had many because the shows have been either short interviews with manufacturers at their place of work, at Dixon Miniatures, for example, or long-winded stuff about Jutland. We've not really done anything. So I kind of suggested to the guys beforehand, and I hope they have come up with something, to have a bit of a rant about something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kick the ball off with one that Alex has probably got. And that is the new game that is called Trench Crusade.
So I was going to say something similar. I say mine was going to basically be the increase of weird shit games.
I agree with that.
I don't want to basically say that rule set because I think that's a bit cruel. I know you're not that mindset, Ken. You're just like fuck it.
He doesn't care. Yeah.
Well, yes, it's for me. It's like no. Oh, there's a new set of rules. Like, why is it World War I goblins or something? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
World War
what's wrong with a World War I game? I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, it's the increase of weird shit games.
Yeah, I'm like you, Ian. I don't really care about the rules. I've actually looked at the rules because you get them as a free PDF for Trench Crusade. And people are raving about it. It's got something like 3 million or something pounds, hasn't it, on Kickstarter?
It's $3,300,000 US dollars.
US dollars. So what's that in pounds? About 2 million.
About 12 quid. About 12 quid.
A bit more than that, but yeah, it is. It's nuts that a game that is based on a historical period that nobody previously would have even given two thoughts about as a gaming period has taken off because you put fucking goblins in it.
And well, it's even worse. It's worse than that. It's like, is it not knights?
Yeah.
Malta and stuff. Like,
yes, it's based on like religious iconography and things, isn't it? It's
hospitals and stuff. It's like,
yeah. It's like a mix of Templars and the First World War, isn't it? The thing is,
of all the things to mix, it's like
yeah, they just got a dartboard with all these names on it. They just throw a couple of darts. Go, yeah, they'll do.
Balls at that, yeah. World War One and the Crusades, yeah. That's good.
And the thing
why is it always World War One though? Recently, because we had that. What was that other one that you were ranting about last time?
The war.
The Osprey one.
Yes, the Osprey one, where you got the rise of Doggerland, which completely invalidated Britain's reason for going into the First World War in the first place. I don't, these things. I can understand why people want to play they probably don't want to play the First World War because they think it's, I don't know, there's something morally incorrect about playing for games based on the First World War. It's only morally as incorrect as playing games based on the Second World War or any war, to be perfect.
Yeah, but then you're bringing Crusaders into it. It's not exactly. I'm going to do this game set in the woodland using animals and have the SS in it.
But I was thinking about this, and I don't understand it. And I've said this before. I've said it on here. I'm sure I've said it plenty of other times. War, and in particular the First World War, is an interesting war.
Yes,
it's fascinating. Everything about it, from August 1914 to November 1918, everything in that war is interesting. There is something that you will find in that war that it will interest you, no matter what it is. And you could spend your lifetime studying that war. But people are just happy just to go, they want the aesthetic of the First World War, but with goblins involved in it. And that's pretty much what it comes down to, isn't it? It's about like, I want to be able to put my orcs on the table, but put them in Stahlhelms. So why don't you have the actual stormtroopers on the table? Why do you have to have orcs dressed up as stormtroopers? It makes no sense to me. These things. Like Lord of the Rings is fantasy, and I'm not particularly interested in fantasy, but I can kind of see that because it's an entirely made up world. There's little bits and pieces taken from everywhere. It's not just one particular conflict. It's all different bits and pieces, and Tolkien constructed the world around it as well.
Yeah, that's a big. So for me, I can appreciate things. I love Lord of the Rings, and I can appreciate it because that guy invented a whole entire world.
Everything that came after fantasy has the touch of Lord of the Rings.
And everything that he kind of done, he's kind of touched on various periods of history and stuff to influence that. Whether you can see where he gets his influence in different cultures and stuff, and how he ingrained that into his stories. With some of these things that are coming out, I'm kind of just, it's a bit lazy. Like, oh yeah, World War One.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. That's it.
You never really thought much about this, did you? You just took something.
It's a complete
one. I just find it a bit weird.
To take Trench Crusade and to be very specific about the rules, I have looked at them, and there is a massive misunderstanding of how the First World War was fought. Okay, all right, let's go. Right, we're gonna base our game on First World War. What's the first thing you do? Right, okay, you look at platoon level actions, because that's what a lot of it's based around. You look at artillery, you look at combined arms, these kind of things. You think, right, okay, all right, I'll put a load of orcs in Stahlhelms, but I'll make them into a squad game, with everybody in the squad acting together as they should, in a wider platoon, possibly a tank or two, maybe some aircraft here and there, jazz it up a bit. But there's a massive misunderstanding about how the war was fought, even in the rules, because it's a squad level game where individual figures move, and they take in turns to move, and it's like that's not how squads work. Squads move as a squad. That's how they worked in the First World War. They'd work together. They were working as parts of a larger platoon organization. And it's just that simple misunderstanding of the original source material, which really drives me up the wall. It's like, anybody can do what they want with their games. I don't really care, do what you want. But it's the fact that, somebody said, oh, yeah, this is based on the First World War. It's not based on the First World War. It's based on photographs of the First World War. That's what it's based on. It's it's literally you've taken pictures of the First World War and put an orc in there instead of a human, without understanding what those people in those photographs are actually doing or how they're trained and what they're supposed to be doing. That's what winds me up. So there's your rant, Ken. Now you've got me going.
I love a good rant.
But it's the same as any. But I find it with all of those, kind of fantasy things, because they are just, they're fantasies where. Why has anybody done an English Civil War fantasy game?
I think there is one. Witchfinder General. Something.
Well, there's one that's just out. Devilry of Fruit. It's basic, but that's.
But is it orcs versus orc?
No. That's the English Civil War, but with folklore.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. Actually, that works.
Yeah, I'm okay with that as well. Because I'm okay with that kind of idea because
historically it's something that happened.
Yeah, I've never seen English Civil War orcs.
Yeah. Why are these other unexplored areas? American Civil War. Is there a flintlock for the American Civil War? Where you got.
I remember Flintlock.
Yeah, Flintlock was.
Silver
like
Bayonet's the other one, the big one at the moment, isn't it? With vampires in the Napoleonic Wars. Well, I've probably summarised it a bit too much there, but
I'm not against that as I am with other ones, but I can kind of see why.
Again, I don't really. Silver Bayonet does nothing for me at all because again, it feels like it's kind of missing the period. It's missing the how those soldiers fought in that period. And I think that's the point of it. It's like, okay, like get a solid basis of how that period operates as a military structure, and then put your fantasy elements on top of it. Because otherwise, it is literally, it's just an orc in a Stalhelm or an orc in a shako, or and you may as well then just play kill team, really.
It needs Silver Bayonet needs more Yorkshiremen saying bastards. Is basically what it needs. It just doesn't float my boat at all. So, but clearly something somewhere is getting folks excited about this with $3.3 million pledged for it.
I've watched a couple of videos where people have been talking about Trench Crusade, and they're always going about the lore. The lore is great. The lore is fantastic. The look is great. The aesthetic is great. These things, they do. I mean, the artwork is fine. I'm sure they've developed a workable world, but when you play the game itself, just as I say, just seems to misunderstand the actual military affairs that were happening between 1914 and 1918. And I'm someone that I'm extremely passionate about the First World War, and I have been for decades. And so to me, it's almost a personal affront at this point for people to not have dived into it a bit.
Yeah, do you think that could be part of it with you? I'm not. It's the same with me with Bill Hooks.
Yeah.
With it making the Italian Wars a 4-page supplement for the fucking Wars of the Roses, which was like 10 minutes long. It's just like I'm never gonna. Iain, what's his name? Andy Callan. He came up to have a chat with me actually at parties. I'm a lovely guy, but I can't forgive him for that. The Italian Wars is the main army, the main wars, and we had a little bit of a scrap called the Wars of the Roses.
Just a sidebar in history.
Really sidebar compared to the Great Italian Wars. Do you think that internal bias towards World War One could be?
I think yes, it is, but it is also. But like I say, it affects me as well. Like with Conflict 47 and
that's weird.
Yeah, Second World War stuff, where it goes on into 1945 or 6 or 7 or whatever it is, and they've got walkers. It's like all of a sudden they've gone from half-track vehicles that do a perfectly good job to, these unbalanced walkers because they look cool. It's like, where did that come from, But
Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly. Star Wars. At least in Star Wars, they're internal within their own galaxy, within their own world. They're stupid and they're overbalanced, but they work within the Star Wars world because they haven't got tracked vehicles. But yes, I think for me, I mean, I've been involved in battlefield archaeology for 20 years, and I've dug up a lot of these men from from the war and things, and we've named them and stuff like that. And I kind of feel it just. I don't know. For me, it's a step too far, I think. And you could argue, say, well, you're playing toy soldiers on tabletop. Is that a good? Is that memorializing people well? Is that doing something? But at least I'm using it as a springboard for historical research and historical understanding. I'm not just using it, to table me mate every Friday and down at the local friendly game shop, with an orc that looks like he's got a Stalhelm on. I don't understand it. I do not understand it until the day I die. I won't understand it, and I don't. I think history in itself is far more interesting than anything you could ever layer over the top of it. Now I'm gonna point to a contradiction here because some people might know of this, but I generally get laughed at when we play a H.P. Lovecraft game down at the club.
It's Cthulhu,
Cthulhu. Now, I can't remember if I've said this before, but the difference here is Lovecraft is writing about extraordinary events in very mundane situations. So that's like, it's just a 1920s normal day, but this star spawn of Cthulhu has appeared, in Arkham to come and swallow everybody. Doing that in the First World War, when the First World War in itself was already an extremely important and an extraordinary event, makes the other bit less extraordinary.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like you're just heaping extraordinary events on top of extraordinary events. So it's the mundanity of Lovecraft and Cthulhu that makes it interesting when the extraordinary thing happens. The First World War is extraordinary. It's interesting. The Napoleonic Wars are extraordinary. They're interesting. Second War is extraordinary. The Italian Wars, they're extraordinary. They're interesting. They're interesting in and of themselves. A day in 1920s Arkham when nothing happened is not interesting. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I justify it. These things, I can't understand why would you just layer more and more stuff on top that makes things that are already
I wonder what it is then that's making it so popular. I mean, my lad mentioned it to me, and I kind of stared. I kind of stared at him and reminded him that, do you want mum and,
son of mine.
Yeah, do you want mum and dad to buy you a car when you pass your test? That's all. Anyway, he's recovered now. He's out of hospital. But something's dragging people in, isn't it? I mean, I've seen some fairly cool artwork for it. Is it that good? Is it? I don't understand how it's got such mass appeal. Ian, if you'd have put Medusa in the Border Wars, or some weird, aliens or dragons or something in the Border Wars, would it have sold more?
Maybe.
You're thinking about it. Try it in the new year.
I thought, as I mentioned with that Devilry Afoot, I've thought about a similar idea with, but it's not goblins and stuff. Well, there's a lot of folklore, obviously in the north of England and the south and the Scottish borders, with things like fairies and stuff, and the red caps and etc. So and witches. So I've always thought, that'd be kind of a cool supplement to the game. But I wouldn't be changing them to be orc reavers or something.
But again, that in itself is, like I said earlier, it's based in history. People at the time believe that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For good or for ill or whatever.
Stories are there.
So so whether you could play it as well. Okay, it's just people's mad imaginations of the time. It's not like your border reavers are made up of a group of goblins coming down from the borders, is it? It's the persecution of an old lady who lives on her own with some cats, and just it happens in the rules that she can cast spells or something, it's that's how people thought, and that's how how they viewed their world, isn't it? So I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. I mean, I won't play it. You can stick your stupid shitty fantasy shite up your arse as far as I'm concerned, but
that's going to go on. That's going to go on the back of the DVD for this podcast.
I don't think I'll ever get to 15,000 subscribers now, will I? But no, I mean, again, it's like that. You're using then the source material in the correct the correct manner, aren't you? And I say, you mentioned Silver Bayonet. Arguably, you could say the same for that, because that's around the time of Dracula. It has historical connotations in that, even if the history was a novel.
Well, at least that's what I was saying. I can kind of accept what those guys are doing, because a lot of the stuff, the theatres are doing, they're kind of sticking to things that are kind of similar folklore. So they're moving in. They've done Canada, and they've done a lot of the stuff that was happening. Various different things that were coming from stories, Native American stories, etc. Over there, bears and stuff.
Yeah.
And then they're moving. I think the next one is it Italy they're going to. I think they're doing Italy.
Yes, I think it is. Yeah, I think that was the latest.
Italy's. So they did Spain, they did Carpathia, then they did Canada, and I think Italy's the next one.
Because it's very much that time of the romantic novelists and stuff, isn't it, as well? And those kind of ghost stories were written around that time as well, in the Napoleonic period. So yeah, you got a basis for it there, a relative historical basis, even if it's a literature history rather than actual history.
I've certainly heard of people using silver bayonet. Obviously, in a dark room, I've heard these rumours of people using silver bayonet just pure without the goblins and vampires and as a Napoleonic rule set, and I think that's similar with Midgard that's just come out. That's old as a fantasy game, but people are using it for historicals.
Yeah.
Isaac Game at my club are using it for like Normans and Saxons and stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
absolutely. That's kind of the other way around, isn't it? It's a historical game that's got bolted on fantasy elements that aren't necessarily required.
Yeah, it's a heroic fantasy, isn't it? It's a heroic battles, I think is how it's described. So it's it's everything from. So again, you could do sagas like the Icelandic sagas, the battles in those. They're all about the personalities, individuals, and again, it's based on a particular historical writing, even if those events may never have happened, or what they were talking about. But whereas when you just go like, okay, right, let's throw the dartboard, right, First World War, let's throw a dartboard again. There's Crusades, right? How do we ram them two together, and then just put out, some pictures of knights with Stahlhelm on and some goblins. Oh look, everybody who plays 40k who's looking for something that's a bit cheaper, we'll buy into it.
Yeah. So basically, the summary is Trench Crusade. It's shit, but it's made a load of money.
Well, I haven't played the game. I mean, I've read through the.
Maybe you should review it, and you'll get your 15,000 subscribers.
Yeah,
minus 15,000 most likely. If that many people like it,
and then they'll listen to this and they'll go. Anyway, so in celebration of Trench Crusade, I've got a game for us to play, and it's called "Who Wants to Be a Wargames Millionaire?" So we'll do this. I've had you two with dice before, and you're fucking useless with them. So, Iain, give me a number. Give me a number between 1 and 20. Iain.
18.
Ooh. Pike Blocks. Alex, give me a number between 1 and 20.
7.
In World War One trenches. Iain, back to you for another number.
7.
With a gothic theme.
Wow. There we go. That is definitely it.
Pike Blocks in World War One.
It goes back to what I was saying earlier on. Why is it always World War One?
Yeah.
Right, we'll go again. Alex, number from you first.
4 this time.
Crusaders. Iain?
12.
In World War II desert.
That's close.
Alex?
16.
With magic.
This is just lazy.
These are 2 games, I think we're going to develop over the next year.
No, we're going to do 5, and then we're going to put it to a vote, and then we're going to go to Kickstarter with it.
£1 million each, guys.
£1
Let's do
million
it.
each.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
my soul. I'll sell myself for £1 million. I'm not bothered.
Right. We'll start with it. We'll start with Iain again. Number 3.
Number 1.
Number 1. Roman legionaries.
Oh, God.
That's something that's hardly ever been used in fantasy,
Well,
isn't it? The Roman
Was
legion.
that? No, there was one recent. Was there not one last year?
Was there?
Romans and Cthulhu.
Romans.
Oh.
Yeah. But I meant
That's
like
gonna be-
orcs. Orcs dressed up as Romans or something.
There was. There used to be SPQ Orc.
Well, let's see what comes out. Let's see what comes out of the
Yeah, sorry. 20. I'll go for 20 on this one.
Roman legionaries in Afghanistan with Iain.
19.
Cartoon characters.
Yeah, I don't think that was going to be a big seller.
That's not going to sell well. So let's go back. We'll start with Iain.
I was just thinking that you've got to give him kudos at least for SPQ or Orc.
Yeah.
I mean that sunk in, and yeah, I'd go with that.
That's not a bad one. So We'll start with Iain this time.
Number 10.
Genghis Khan.
I'll go for 11.
In the very British Civil War.
With number 20.
With superheroes.
I think so far the Pike Block.
Might struggle with that one.
Yeah, I think
that's the winner so far.
One of the VBCW guys has probably very much done that.
Already.
Yes.
So final one of our. This is our best chance to be a millionaire in our lives.
Yeah.
So Alex.
5.
Samurai.
Number 2.
In the Malburian period.
With 3.
With Cthulhu.
There you go. That's it. We got it right there.
That's it.
Last one.
Anything with tentacles is a winner.
Oh yes, 100%.
Always. So
tentacles
Pike Blocks World War One Trench Gothic. I think that's a goer.
I think that's a good one. Yeah,
that's a good one. Although Pike Blocks and machine guns are not going to mix well, are they?
No.
They're not going to be good friends.
I don't want to be carrying a pike in a trench either.
You don't want to be dressed. You don't want to be dressed as a fully armoured knight galloping across the fucking no man's land in a car parachuted horse either.
You'd have to dig the trench really deep, wouldn't you? So you couldn't spot them when they've got them stood upright. It would have to be a 20-foot deep trench.
Crusaders in Desert World War II using magic.
Yeah.
Not possibilities, that one.
Yeah.
I think Roman legions in Afghanistan with cartoon characters is probably a little too silly.
Yeah, that's the weakest, I think.
That's too silly, that
weakest.
One. Genghis Khan in the very British Civil War with superheroes.
Yeah.
You'd have to do quite a bit of work with that one. That'd be a lot of mental work.
But definitely a front runner is Samurai in the Malburian period with Cthulhu. I think that as a winner.
I think the first and the last one. I think they're the two.
Definitely. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on the Facebook page so that you can play along as well. And I think what I might do is I might add another 6 to each one so that you can do that thing with your name. What's your millionaire wargames millionaire game? And then you can have first name, second name, last name.
The biggest question you'll get about any poll that you do is, where are the Perrys?
Where are the Perrys?
Where are the Perrys? Yeah, when are the Perrys doing a range?
And of course, we never spoke about the end of the World Cup, did we? Because we drew it on the last show.
Oh yeah.
But the Perrys lost in the final.
They were just picked at the post, weren't they?
Picked at the post by Victrix.
Yeah. Despite them not actually being in any of the runnings, it's weird that.
Very strange.
The amount of questions you got. Where are the Perrys? And then all of a sudden they seem to come out at the end.
And then at the end, when I put "Where are the voters?" they just didn't get the irony. It's just there we go. So yes, Trench Crusade. Was that what you were going to bring up anyway, Alex?
No. Mine was going to be weird shit games, but
Yeah, it was going to be something along those lines. Yeah. I mean, it's been too big a thing to ignore, hasn't it, this year? I guess from my point of view, at least. Anyway, sitting here fuming, getting me knuckles going white with rage.
Yeah, exactly.
So I've got to the point where I'm a lot happy with these things. I don't care if somebody, if people want to spend their money on whatever they want to spend their money on.
I do have to admit that I do like it in this hobby that when you get something that is so fucking ridiculous that you just rant about it incoherently for hours and just get not upset, but you get.
I think the
worried.
thing with these,
you get worried people.
The thing with some of these games is, I mean, stuff like that. How much of a flash in the pan are they going to be? Are people still
very much.
Yeah. Are people still going to be playing it in 10 years, 15 years?
No.
There's no longevity in them, is there? Really, it's like everybody wants to get on board because everybody's talking about it, and everybody, wargamers always like the shiny new thing, whatever it is, whether it's Trench Crusade or whether it's I don't know, whatever. Something
love them or hate them with the Games Workshop thing. That those guys come up with that idea, so that's what people are buying into. These games goes back to that way that I was saying it's quite lazy. People, it's not going to be around long. And it goes. Some of the other games we've mentioned. No, is anybody even playing them still? Probably not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm going to think of it this way: if you've been arrested for an offence and you're being questioned by the police, and they say to you, "We've searched your house and we've found lots of toy soldiers in there," you're on sticky wicket already, aren't you? So if you said, Alex, well, actually, I'm really, really interested in World War I history, and I like to recreate the tactics and squad platoon level, and I like to do. I'm into the history side of it. Then you're going to get weird looks, but people are going to be all right. If you say, "Oh well, I like to get Crusaders into World War I and have fucking goblins in it," and before you know it, you've got a bag over your head and you're handcuffed and you're on your way to Wormwood Scrubs.
It's like when I get that question, people you mention the word hobby and people go, "Oh, what's your hobby?" And you go, you mentioned you play with miniature game soldiers, and they're like, "Oh, like Warhammer?" And I'm like, "Absolutely not."
How dare you?
Like they're just outed you for something. Like, no.
Oh, dear me. Yes, so there's my top tip. If you're ever arrested and you're in a police interview, or if you're having a psychological evaluation at work, don't say that you do like weird shit, because history, you can get away with it.
Yeah.
Good excuse. Lots of really good banter, really good chat about it. You could get away with historical wargaming. Goblins in dresses. It's not going to happen. Well, if we've covered your twos, I've got one.
You've got a list.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
I've got about
your rolls.
Fucking hate this. In fact, actually, I think it was either Twitter or Facebook. It was quite a long time ago, and somebody had put, "I love wargaming. It's a fantastic hobby, and it makes me relax, and I find it fantastic." And I put underneath, "I agree, apart from," and then I just kept going and going and going. Anyway, and then I realised it's not really. It's making me stressed. So my current stress is a current trend that's going on with rules, and it's fucking people who call stuff mass battle rules. Is that something new? What's the difference between a set of war games rules and a set of mass battle rules? And some of them will say, "You can play this game with 300 figures," and I go, Well, that's like 3 Pike Blocks. That's not a mass battle. That's like 2 foot of a table.
Well, I'm going to come out in slight defence of it. I think it's because it's nomenclature, isn't it? It's because in the last 10 years, decade or so, we've had war games being dominated by skirmish games.
Lazy people.
So
can't be asked to paint figures. Those people.
So practically every set of rules that has come out has only had a handful of figures, 40 figures or so, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what they're doing is they're defining the fact that yes, you can now play bigger battles if you want to, because
you've been able to do that forever.
You had, but there was certainly a drop off of big battle rules being produced.
Yeah, I'm trying to think when I first heard the mass battle. It was probably the Lord of the Rings rules. Games Workshop did the Middle Earth strategy battle game, but then they did they did the book, and it was One Ring, and that was the mass battle version, because the game you had 25, 30, 50 figures, and then they kind of did you can do these using the same figures, but you can put them on a base.
Yeah.
So it would be 6 figures, but
multi-based figures.
It's now a mass battle.
Ooh. That's like a new thing, isn't it? It's like you can put more than one figure on a base.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
they did it was single figures on a base, though.
But the original Warhammer
Fantasy started on Sabo basis.
It was basically Sabo, before it was a thing.
But the original Warhammer fantasy battle was mass battle, wasn't it? It was, it was big blocks of units that were moving about, and then they suddenly dropped it away, and then they developed that AOS. 40k was more of a squad level game, and then AOS became now they've kind of gone back to the mass battles again, haven't they? With the world, as far as I'm aware. So I think it's just like, everybody kind of follows the trend that Games Workshop set.
Yeah.
So they go to squad, they go to small squad skirmish games. Everybody else in the hobby does the same, because everyone's competing for everybody else's pennies, aren't they? So, there's the old schoolers like you, Ken, who've never got out of mass battle gaming. But
it seems to me though that mass battle rules just basically mean completely straightforward, and anyone can play them because they're so straightforward. There's no complexity to them whatsoever. And as I've said before, if it says on the back of a set of rules you can play the Battle of Waterloo on a 3-foot table in 2 hours, it's fucking going in the bin, because I've spent 40 years putting together 3 armies for the Battle of Waterloo. I don't want to leave them out for 2 hours. I might bring them out once every 5 years. They're staying out for 3 or 4 days. And I'm having my mates round, and we're having a good time, and we're eating pies and fish and chips. And I don't want it over in 2 hours.
But they're also catering for people who who aren't as time rich as you are.
Lazy people. Lazy people.
You just set them up.
Not everybody has an 8,000 foot square table in their top bedroom. A lot of people have only got their dining room table.
Yeah, but I mean, people choose to have children, don't they? And they take up space. You can sell them.
It's a lifestyle choice. You're right. You don't have to have them.
You can't sell them. I tried.
All right. You can.
Maybe that's just mine.
I was going to say you probably just could get rid of yours. That's all.
You got to back off at the door in half an hour.
You can have little houses in the garden, can't you? Like for rabbits. Put children in them.
Well, that's what I built the outdoor office for. That's my house.
See, you've gone the other way around, Ian. You've built the outdoor house to put your gaming in and left your children in the house. That's revolutionary. So yeah, mass battle rules. The current trend for mass battle rules, which is just effectively wargaming rules for normal sized battles.
But again, that really depends on how you see. If you'd only got into wargaming 10 years ago, normal to you would have been would be skirmish gaming.
I've done my Italian wars in the last 10 years, and there's like thousands
But no,
of them.
I'm saying if you were just getting into the hobby as a whole, you've been in the hobby since, I don't know, since before Donald Featherstone was born. So
Yes.
of course, that's back in the day. That's everything was big battles. Nobody did it skirmishes, did they? Or very
exactly.
few.
And the world was a better place for it. Yeah.
So then you should embrace it. You should be happy that it's coming back into fashion.
I'm happy that it's coming back into fashion. I'm just not happy that it's coming back into fashion.
Ken's
and
not
the
happy.
rude,
There's
and
a
the rude,
surprise. Breaking news: Ken's not happy.
And the rules are so simple and just.
But it's
dull.
because
they've got no historical period flavour, and
you need to get like your own rather than mass battles. Just read.
I'm rocking now. I'm rocking.
He's built himself up. So, are there any particular rules in mind you've got here that you could?
What, are you trying to get me to trouble again?
Yeah, well, it's your podcast. You can edit it out, can't you, if you wanted to?
Well, no, I mean, I can't. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Recently, I remember the famous one that I really, really hate is something called Blitzkrieg, but that's been around for years and years and years. And basically, you would have 5 or 6 models to represent a Panzer division.
Okay.
And that's just no.
But
no,
that is just a representation. It's just a token.
Exactly. So you may as well have a piece of cardboard with a picture of a panther on it.
But then you could say that of anything, though.
Yeah. I like a load of figures on a big table. I'm weird.
I think we're all aware of that. But the thing is, you could play Blitzkrieg. You could instead of having your single panther, single 50mm panther or whatever, you could go right. Okay, I'm going to do these in 2mm, and I'm going to have a base which is as big as a 50mm panther, but it's going to have 10 panthers on it.
Basing vehicles, you weirdo.
Well, if you don't base 2mm vehicles, you'll never find them.
You see, I would go. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll do it in 28mm, and I'll do it 1-4, so I'll have 30 panthers.
Well, that's fine if you've got the room, but if you've only got a dining room that's 3 foot square, you're only going to get one turn in of the game.
You see, these people just aren't taking the hobby seriously enough, are they? They're doing things like eating, buying clothes, and washing. When if they poured all the resources into getting a bigger war games room.
No, you're right. They are the ones that are missing out here.
Ken just buys a Bradford home shirt every year, and that keeps them going until the next one.
They're just not taking it seriously enough, is what I'm saying.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, it's not a part-time hobby. This wargaming is not for Christmas.
It's not fun. It's not meant to be fun, lads.
Oh dear me! You're supposed to slave away at your brush.
Can't believe you're smiling while playing a game. Unbelievable.
Exactly. It's disgraceful.
Especially
if it says mass battle rules at the back of it. Right, so we'll take another break for the audience, and we'll be back in a moment with listener questions.
Hi, it's Martin Game from Podcast 53. Just wanted to wish all your listeners a very Merry Christmas and all the very best for the new year from everyone at the South London Warlords. We hope to see as many of you as possible next year on April the 12th at Salute 52. Have a good one.
Merry Christmas, Yarkshire Gamers. This is Greg from Little Wars TV. Just wanted to wish you all a wonderful holiday season and thank Ken so much for having Miles and I on the show earlier this year. It's just a really wonderful reminder of how international our hobby is and what an amazing global community we have as historical wargamers. So hope you all have a wonderful holiday season.
Hi, it's Nigel Atter from episode 54 of the Yorkshire Gamers Read Big Wargames podcast. Happy Christmas. The very best wishes for a Merry Christmas and a fabulous 2025. If you enjoyed episode 54, where Ken and I talked about the First World War in Mesopotamia, you might want to find out some further information. See my book, With Honour and Distinction. It details the actions of the Second Leicesters in Mesopotamia and also Palestine. I'll see thee at Partisan. Bye for now.
We're back.
Everyone
So
should like Morbid Angel. Oh,
yes,
sorry.
no, it's all right. We've just been talking about 80s death metal.
90s death metal.
90s death metal. You see, Demon. Remember Demon? They're 80s. 80s.
Yeah, they're 80s.
Venom. There was another one.
Black metal.
Yeah,
the originators.
They don't have nice names.
Ian's just looking confused now.
Not like Buttercup and the Daisies or anything like that. It's proper.
No.
Anyway,
Ian doesn't understand it because it's not the Proclaimers.
I've got a sprue with it. I've got a sprue of these fucking lancers out.
I see what you mean.
See a tiny little pod there that you're supposed to stick on.
Oh yes, I see what you mean.
How's that supposed to stay on? And you only get one pod on each thing.
Super glue.
Yeah, super glue.
It's gonna break. I'll send you a picture when it's broken. Warlord Games not good enough.
Just smashed it up.
Right. Part of the Christmas tradition is that we get people to send us questions in, and as always, they vary in quality.
That's an understatement.
And some of these are good, some of these are bad. One of them is so specific that only I will be able to answer it. But we'll give it a go. We'll start off with a serious one. Chris Leach.
The serious ones.
What serious? Yeah. Whether he gets a serious answer. The question's serious. He's obviously not listened to the show before. Are the benefits of army lists outweighed by the fact that they are usually derivative and perpetuate historical myth?
There's a lot of supposition in that.
There is. That was where I was going to come at it from.
You're already saying that they're supporting historical myth. What if they're not?
Mm.
And I think these days, for the serious wargamer designer, like Ian was talking about earlier, about you look into this stuff in finite detail as much as you can. If you're researching it, then the army lists are fine. And also, as a practical thing, I think army lists are fine because they allow somebody to start something quickly. Whether you use them beyond that or not is a different matter, and whether you stick to them rigidly or not is a different matter. But I think as for somebody who's just coming into something and it's a new period, you need to have some grounding, and I think an army list is just a way of saying, this is what you need. This will get you your first game. Try this.
Yeah.
Ian? You can get into so much detail with army lists, but you also simplify it to make it a lot easier for people.
Yeah, I mean, you won't often hear me saying positive things about army lists. In fact, you'll fucking never hear me say positive things about army lists. But there is one that I have found in that if you don't particularly know too much about a period, let's say you suddenly get a flash of light and you want to do Hittite chariot wars or something like that you've got fucking no idea what it is. If you look at an army
my
list,
Christmas list,
is it? Oh, excellent. You'll get an idea of the proportions and unit types within an army.
Yeah.
So I think they're useful for that. The perpetuate historical myth is I'm going to have another go at fucking historians here. That's because historians can't make the fucking minds up about stuff.
Oh my god! How many times have we covered this?
We're going to cover it again because when I was a lad,
this is the definition of banging your head against a wall.
No, I am banging my head against. I'm the one who's banging his head against the wall because my mate Conrad, if you're listening, mate, I hope you're well. He had a Thracian army. and the Thracian army, they had this thing called a rompala, which was a two-handed cutting weapon. And apparently, some fucking historian or archaeologist, even worse, has dug some shit up and says that these things don't exist anymore. So there's thousands of rompala armed figures out there now who are no longer loved and required, and they're outside in the cold at Christmas because of historians.
Bring your rompala in on these cold days.
Save the rompala.
There you go. You set up a petition. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, when the question is asking about, perpetuating myths, if in the light of new information, the army list continues on incorrectly, like for example, your Thracians now, the next army list that comes out has Thracians with rompalas, then that's going to be incorrect. So yeah, that is wrong, but that's down to the game designer and writer to correct those factual inaccuracies.
Think of the rompalas.
I'm always thinking of the rompalas. Can't think of anybody else.
This actually sounds like quite a cute little animal, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's like something you find in Australia, isn't it?
Yeah,
a rompala. It's probably incredibly venomous,
yeah.
But it looks like a cat or something. But that's the beauty of doing the historical research. I mean, when those lists were originally written, there would have been a thought that the rompalas were used by the Thracians, whereas time has passed, that new light has come to dawn to show that to show that they weren't used. So
if you look at Alexander's silver shields, for example, I mean that was what 320 BC, something like that, and we still don't know exactly how they fought. So what are historians doing?
Well, they're not time travelers for a start.
2,400 years is long enough to find an answer.
If the evidence isn't there, you're never going to find it.
Yeah, what evidence? What that German bloke who ended, I won't say his name because he ended up in prison for some naughty stuff. Who did the book on Waterloo and said, Germans won it. I read his book on Ligny because I'm Plan Samoir, because I'm going to do Plan Samoir, and I have to say it's the shittest book I've ever read in my life. It just tells you nothing. It tells you nothing new at all.
But then that's the problem with the historian, not the subject of the book.
Can I not lump all historians together as one and just
you can
stereotype them and have a go in general?
I mean, history in general should as a discipline should be pushing forward new ideas, and that's the point. You should always be reassessing.
Correct ideas is what you were saying there, Alex.
Reassessing what has happened previously. I mean, I took you through this with the First World War before.
You did, but I didn't listen.
The First World. No, of course you didn't. Even when you were editing, you spun through that bit, didn't you?
Because I'm talking. Yeah, it's because I know that I'm right. And the two historians I've got lined up for the show for the new year, don't listen to this bit.
Yeah.
No, I am going to ask him. Yeah,
I do. Ask him.
Proper historians. Why do you keep making stuff up?
Maybe don't phrase it like that. Perhaps.
Maybe not.
I definitely say, in terms of the question. There's
a question here, isn't there?
There's definitely a lot of myths with some of the army lists, and it sometimes can make certain types of troops seem like super soldiers just based on certain things. And there's even if I go back to where my interest in certainly like Scottish history, there's always these elements of making like Highlanders these kind of shock troopers, even though it's not necessarily a lot of evidence to back it up. Happened at Killiecrankie with the charge. It happened at Preston Pans, but it didn't really work much more than that. Knowing kind of sometimes make the Highlanders are better soldiers. No, they're not. They're a warrior race. They weren't necessarily. The upper echelons probably did train, but your average guy was just a farmer who worked for this clan chief. And was told that he was going to war, but he wasn't. He wasn't on a day-to-day basis training how to fight. He never had any reason to, unless he was told to go to war. But we have this notion, warrior race, they must be superheroes, and when they're charging in and they get these extra bonuses, so people go, then I'm going to pick those guys to be in my army, rather than going, right, well, this is what the unit was formed of, actually. But if I spend an extra point, I'll get these guys.
But again, that's a failing of the rules writer or the compiler of the list, isn't it? That's their failing for not doing the historical research. If and then that you do get that myth perpetuation there, because you get it with the Second World War, don't you? It's like the Waffen SS or the epitome. Even though by 1944, 45 they were terrible troops because they were just made up of like 17-year-old boys, that kind of thing, and so it can perpetuate myths, but I don't think it always necessarily does so.
I think we've moved away somewhat. Maybe it's coming back a little bit now, but we went through a period where everything was super detailed in terms of how like a race would work, or a type of unit would work, or a nationality would work. And then we kind of went away from that and everything went really bland and boring. Not that I'm showing bias there or anything. And now maybe we're adding a little bit more in, a little bit more factors in here and there. But again, it's that, like you say, Alex, it's that interpretation, isn't it, of the rule writer or the army list writer. And if you're writing, right, Alex, I want you to write the new army lists for this ancient set of rules. And if you've got a Macedonian army, that's going to be the best army in the book, isn't it? Because you're going to win all the games down the club. So there we go.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I thought we had a good chat on that. It was good, that. Anyway, historians were wrong. Craig Smith Avery. Question for the panel. I love wargaming, but I'm a rubbish painter. Do you think all the talk and pictures of beautifully painted miniatures put off the less artistic people in the hobby? I think we might have had something similar before.
I was going to say, that sounds like a similar one, I think.
Yeah, but
I think listen to the old episodes. We've answered it.
I think my answer has always, for anything like this, has always been it's not a competition. Yeah. Unless you're entering a painting competition, then it is a competition.
If he says it on the tin, then it does what it says on the tin.
Then it is. But in general, it isn't a competition unless it's a competition. And you paint your figures to whatever standard you want or can. And I would say to people who see stuff that they think, oh, that's miles better than I can do, and I see stuff like that all the time, and I just think, oh, that's interesting, that's an inspiration. Let's see what they've done and how they've done it, and whether I can be asked to spend that amount of time on it.
Unless you're somebody like Kev Dallimore, there's always somebody better than you. I think. You know what I mean? Yeah. And even he probably looks at people's paintings and go, my God, I wish I could paint like that. There's always somebody better than you. You don't never judge yourself by somebody else's standards.
I can understand why people do feel put off, but I think you can only be put off by it if you allow yourself to be, basically, because as you say, there's always somebody better. So whether or not you want to strive is up to you. If you want to improve your painting, go ahead, do so. Try and reach that standard. But gaming should just be about the gaming, and don't just.
It's a hobby, isn't it? You shouldn't stress it. At the end of the day, it's fun. Do it because you're having fun doing it. And the thing is, as well, if you want to reach those kind of standards, there are so many online tutorials.
Yeah.
That they'll take you step by step to do this stuff. And they are skills that you can learn. You just have to be
And
patient.
that used to be, that used to be like word of mouth, didn't it?
Yeah.
Or you get an article. I was recently looking through edition 1 of Miniature Wargames, and there was an article in there about painting and how to paint 15mm, and that was how it was spread, and stuff like washes and stuff like that. I got that from a guy at art school.
Yeah.
It was nothing to do with wargaming. Whereas now, like you say, you can go online and type in 28mm ancient Greeks, and there'll be a couple of or 3 or more painting tutorials.
Yeah. Somebody will cover it, and then all the different tiny techniques in between as well. Everything's there. So yeah, we'd never been in a better position to learn from other people. So I don't think it's something that should put you off. And I think a war game is an aesthetic hobby. You look at those big tables like the ones that you put on, and no matter how good your table looks, you always look at somebody else's table and go, "Wow, that's a million times better than I could do." And and it's inspirational and aspirational. I think
that's exactly how I feel at Partisan, but it doesn't put me off. I quite enjoy it because I love looking at really well done tables.
And you look at it and you think, how have they done that? And then it's the puzzle of working out how to do it and get to that point, isn't it? And
then, kick him in the shins when you walk past the table.
I think the hobby would be a lot boring if everything was, just grey plastic figures with black and white photography and, pieces of paper down for scenery and that kind of thing. You'd still get bored of it.
Or 10-figure skirmish games.
Stop slagging my roots.
Did you get to 10 figures in Border Reavers? Border Raiders? Or was it? It's the smaller. Ian's been gone very quiet.
But 10 aside. 8, 10 aside.
And if you get sheep involved, a bit of sheep rustling, you can get up to 30 or 40 figures.
Some cows and stuff. Yeah.
Is there somebody that you would recommend buying 28mm sheep from, Ian? Have you got a supplier?
I do them.
Oh, you do them. Excellent. Right, everyone out there, 28mm sheep.
I do some.
Ian's got them. What other?
I do proper border ones as well.
I was going to say, are they specific?
Cheviot
sheep. Yeah. Oh, good stuff.
Excellent. Have you got other livestock available in your wide range of animals?
I've got various Galloway cows and stuff.
Why didn't you say this at the start of the podcast where we were talking about Flags of War shit?
I've been doing for a long time.
So have you got ducks?
I'm bringing out ducks as part of mallards. I've got mallards as part of some STLs that I've got done. All
brilliant.
All different animals, chickens, dog. No, did I get a dog? No, I got a cat. I got. What else did I get? I got British goats. British pigs.
So from that little Who Wants to Be a War Games Millionaire game, this would be Border Reavers in the, 16th century, 17th century with animals.
16th century.
16th century with animals. It's going to sell millions. It's going to sell millions, mate.
Well, that's kind of what's that. Burrows and Badgers. It's kind of like that, isn't it?
Oh, don't start on that. Fucking badgers with guns.
Squirrels and cats and stuff.
It's gone too far.
So the cows could be the reavers.
Yeah.
Raiding humans.
Cows with guns.
Perfect.
Cows with guns.
Cows with lances.
I'm looking at your Cheviot sheep right now. And your Galloway cattle and the Chillingham cattle as well. They're great.
Two types of cattle.
Yeah, 2 types of cattle and 1 type of sheep.
I'll be fucking raiding Flags of War later on to get myself some animals.
Brilliant stuff.
I've got some ducks somewhere.
The new STLs are good. I've not shown them yet.
It's a bull.
I'm looking at the video when I should be.
Games Workshop.
Yeah, war bases do a lot of animals. Martin.
Yeah,
Martin
they do
does a
as
lot
well.
of
Yeah.
animals. His is pretty good. I struggle with the animals. They're so bloody heavy, and the cost of the metal is insane. And I look at like other companies that sell animals. I'm like, how do you make money on them? I'm like, it pretty much costs me to sell them. It's like, but they're a chunk of lead.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll
lead,
bet.
but yeah, they're
Can you
so
not? Can
heavy.
you not just like print off or cast baby animals and then feed them?
drop, water, drop them in water and they
Yeah,
expand.
just go get
Like
bigger.
gremlins.
Yeah. So, anyway, fuck you, we're getting nowhere. Right, Andy, friends of General Hage. Question on basing. Now that you favour a consistent basing style with new figures, do you vary your basing depending on geographical area? And if you do you work out your basing first or your terrain first?
Yes,
Yes.
to both answers.
Yes. Well, the second one was definitely not a yes answer.
What I do is,
Right.
I
So
have done this.
when you did Vietnam, after you'd been to the fish tank shop and got all them them bits of lettuce and stuff that you've got,
Uh-huh.
did you decide that that's how you were going to do your bases, or had you done your bases and thought I need to make them look like a fish tank?
What I normally do is I flock my bases in woodland scenic summer static grass because
Do you flock your sheep bases?
I do the flock
Hey!
of sheep bases.
Hey!
That's because that matches the mats that I've got, the terrain
Oh,
mats.
yeah.
So normally for for the Waterloo stuff, I'll just do in that. It's very basic, and I might put a one or two little tufts on there. For the Vietnam stuff, I put a few extra little tufts on, bigger tufts, so they look more like jungle tufts. So they look like they're a bit more unruly than the battlefields of Waterloo. For my Stalingrad stuff, I did them all on rubble bases because they were specific for a Stalingrad bases, but everything else is on green because it all fits onto my thingy tape. So yeah, depending on so for very specific things, and also Far East, I've also done those on jungly type bases as well. So the Japanese are on have got bigger tufts on them. So have the British and the Indians. So yes, is a short answer.
So, Ian, will your border reader
Yes.
stuff being what
Yeah.
about your Warriors stuff then? Is that on like cityscape bases?
Yeah. So they a lot of the was it the Ainsley casting bases I used to use. It's like urban style bases, so pavements and sewer lids. So yeah, same idea with Arnhem. Got bricks and stuff on my British Airborne and my Germans, bits from buildings. But for the most part, most of my gaming, certainly my bigger style gaming, is quite um, similar in type of basing. So Jacobites and English Civil War, you can get away with very similar just style. Um, recently got a load of stuff for Afghanistan, so that's all in more arid bases, but with certainly some grass and throughout to kind of for the British and the Green Zone and stuff. So certainly something I consider and make sure. I don't really have many games that could probably play across different styles.
Yeah,
No,
I've got a green setup, a
yeah.
sand setup, and a sea setup,
Mhm.
and everything, whatever it's going to be
Is
on,
one of
gets that
those.
type. It
Yeah.
gets one of those. So yes,
It's certainly something that I've been considering with. So, when I was doing some, not necessarily Napoleonic skirmishing, but I was kind of always focused on War 1812, but then try to use some of those British for Peninsular War. It's kind of one I was going, well, will I get away with it with the more greener bases in the peninsula? No, certainly with some of the buildings that I'm getting done for it.
Well, the interesting thing with the peninsula is we're talking about myths earlier, aren't we?
Yeah,
it's one of those things where people always find the peninsula as though it's in a desert.
Yeah,
and it's
I
not.
think it's
quite
because
green,
Sharp did it in like Odessa and Bulgaria and stuff.
Yeah. And it's the same as the Zulu War. Whenever you see Rorke's Drift, it's always on the desert. And it's not. It's scrubland. It's low scrubland. It's green. It's quite a nice fertile area. It's not.
It's the same. It's the same when I started looking into the Afghanistan stuff, and you could just go. Some people would go for just a simple desert, but it's not.
No, far from it. But yeah, so yeah, there you go, perpetuating myths through base style.
But World War II desert, is that in the desert?
I think it was, yeah.
Some of it wasn't. The stuff near the coast is quite green, apparently.
Yeah, well, you should do some of yours in green then.
It's just like that
Do
bloke.
half and half.
He fucking complained about the palm tree.
Yeah, your pal.
My mate. Anyway, Simon Stokes, were you ever tempted over to the fantasy sci-fi dark side of wargaming, and which setting would you most likely grab your interest?
I have a feeling we probably answered this earlier.
So I've done well, it depends what you mean by sci-fi. So Blake 7, I've got some Blake 7 stuff. I've got X-Wing, that was a good game, Star Wars. Babylon 5, I've got some Babylon 5 ships. But it never really floats my boat. I think that my problem with it is the way that it comes and goes from fashion. So the way that I build stuff and the way that I build armies takes me years. The Mentana project was quite short. That was a couple of years. Plants in War, I've been going 6 months. It's going to be another couple of years before I get anywhere near doing it. And with what I found with the fantasy sci-fi side of things is that during that time frame, the set of rules just either disappears or is reproduced in another version.
Yeah.
So like Malifaux, me and my lad played a bit of that. I quite enjoyed it. It was a good set. It was a good setup, good set of rules. Quite complicated, but you could get into it. And then they just changed the set of rules, and all the figures changed. The figures are really expensive, so that's probably why I've never got massively into it.
I like Star Wars and I like Judge Dredd, so I do like sci-fi, but that mainly comes from being a kid and reading 2000 AD and loving Star Wars, or at least the original trilogy. And yeah, I got the Legion stuff. I haven't played Legion since we first got it because I didn't think it's a particularly good game. But I use other stuff for it. Chain of Command, Star Wars, for example, Xenos, Rampant for Star Wars because you can just mess about with it a bit. And Jewish Dread, I've got the Warlord rules, but I wasn't so keen on them, so I kind of was working a bit on Water Drocker, Water Cowboy, using that as a bassist for Jewish Dread, which is something I probably should go back to. But so yeah, I do dabble in it, not massively, but I'm not so fussed about fantasy because I think it's about I like guns rather than swords. I think that's the difference, and it's the same in historical as well. I like the gaming periods that I game are all guns. I don't game swords, so it's that's kind of like
Never thought of moving to America. A lot of guns, not many swords.
Yeah, I'm not allowed a gun in the house, unfortunately. But well, it's probably for good reason, I guess.
Yeah,
but
I think the way that my mind works, I've got too many people who I would like to shoot. So it's probably not a good idea.
Yeah, maybe not. When you got a list.
Yeah.
Iain. Yeah.
Similar to Alex, probably my biggest influence in things comes from movies. So I don't do a lot of sci-fi gaming or fantasy gaming, but what I do is Star Wars. I've got Legion. I played the game, very tournament type game.
It's a deck builder, isn't it? It's like how many cards can you have on a table, and optimizing your lists.
Well, I've played it a couple of times. I remember I played a game, and there was rules that I just didn't know existed because somebody bought an expansion, and like, because I bought this expansion, I get these extra speeders, and like, what? Right, okay. And then he's like, yeah, I've got double now. And I'm like, cool, didn't know about this. And then he's just like, yeah, it's zooming all over the table. I'm like, cool, yeah, this wasn't fun because I've just been wiped out in round 2. And then again, big influence on me as a teenager, or coming a teenager, was Lord of the Rings. It's probably the only real fantasy game that I really like. And that's more to do with just the aesthetic of the figures or the characters that were in those movies, and I just love it. And they bring out new figures. I'm like, right, I need to have these and paint them. And I actually quite enjoy playing the game. Don't play it enough. Wish I played it more. Probably more. I've got loads of Legion stuff, but I've not played that in a long time. But yeah, kind of. I get put off with the whole tournament kind of stuff. So when that kind of stuff happens, I kind of get put off a game, even though I think the game's probably quite good. I just think tournament.
Some nice ideas in Legion, but I just felt it's typical of an FFG game, Fantasy Flight Games, in that they like their cards and they like their piling on special sauce.
Yeah, it's just one of these things. It's when you grow up loving these movies, and there's certain aspects of things that you can't touch, I think. And I remember playing a game and my Luke Skywalker got killed, and I was like, yeah, this just ruins the whole aspect of the movie. It's like,
it wasn't Luke's twin brother or anything like that.
It's just like, how can Luke Skywalker die? He can't.
Have you finished your therapy for that?
No, you can clearly tell.
Still going on. Still going on.
Screaming.
Dead. Luke's dead. Right, Andy Rawson, we've covered this. After seeing the success of Strange Mixture of Crusades in World War One with Trench Crusade, what wacky mix of periods would you mark it as the next must-have game? Well, we've come up with 5. Yeah, and the game will be available on the Facebook.
Look to Kickstarter, as the kids say.
Yeah. Quick and easy one. I think this one is from Mark Dewhurst. Is there a historical period that interests you, but you've no desire to wargame?
I've been reading a lot about the East India Company.
Oh right, yeah.
Recently, and because you kind of mentioned 1700s, and that was when Britain was literally ruling the waves and running amok, and the East India Company running amok in India, and there's quite a lot of really interesting conflicts there. But just the whole thing itself is interesting in that, this company of businessmen able to absolutely, conquer this entire continent and had their own army and all this kind of stuff, but no desire to do anything with it from a wargaming point of view. It's just absolutely fascinating history. But yeah, and there's loads you could do, tons of it. There's 200 years worth of conflict in there that you could dive into, but just no interest.
Yeah.
So
good answer. Iain, anything from you?
There's maybe a few, but I wouldn't say there's absolutely no desire. It's the desire element comes from there's probably too much to get involved with it. So things like even just an interest in American Civil War, I'd love to, but some of it's, especially the battles of interest, it's so big that taking on such a thing, I'm just kind of like, not at the moment.
That's normally what sets me off on a period.
Maybe when I'm retired. No, but given my other interests and other things that I'm involved in, I would love to game American Civil War and have armies for it. But given all the other interests that I've got, certainly not got the time. So the desire's not there at the moment.
I always feel as though you'd not be able to do justice to it unless you do it completely. Not just the ACW, any particular period. So it's like I'm very interested in the periods that I game, and I throw everything into those ones. Doing more would just feel like I'm spreading myself a bit too thin and doing a disservice to the ones that I'm interested in already, if that makes sense as well.
Yeah.
Because the three periods that I do mainly, as you know, is Napoleonic First and Second World Wars. You can spend your entire lifetime reading about any of those three wars and never read everything that's ever been published, and so to add another layer onto that, and I game historically because I'm into history, so I want to get into the history of it as well.
Yeah, I think for me it's the one that I've never really, because I game quite wide periods, but I've never got anything from like Imperial Rome up to the Crusades. So there's kind of that what used to be called the Dark Ages. It is. In fact, I think actually now that's not what Michael Wood says. Michael Wood says Dark Ages, and Michael Wood is the expert. So I think, but I don't know now, because I could do like a massive Dark Ages game with huge Dark Ages posters and really wind people up. So there is an element of me now that's thinking that might be an idea. But as I've got games planned at least for the next 3 years, then it's not going to happen. But yeah, I don't have a lot of interest in Vikings coming across and smashing vicars over the head and stealing the communion wine.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I'm interested in the Dark Ages, or the early medieval period, as we call it, in the rest of the world.
You call it. Have you changed your mind on that?
Not yet. And I'm interested in it though from an archaeological point of view. And the archaeology of the conflicts of the time is so scant and you barely see it, in the ground. I'm interested in the social side of it. The farmers and the cities and the villages and things, and the things that are left behind in archaeological context, rather than the small the small scale fights that occurred every so often. So although I'm an archaeologist, I don't have any interest in wargaming those periods.
There is a very wide range of history where it's effectively people hitting each other with big sticks, or throwing rocks at each other until the gunpowder starts firing the rock a little bit faster. So sometimes it's hard to recreate on a wargames tabletop a difference between an early ancient battle and a late ancient battle, and I think that's why in those periods quite often you get these competitions where you have Han Chinese fighting Third Crusaders and early Republican Rome fighting late Byzantines or whatever, because they are effectively just using different types of stick, of different length. So that's all the ancient wargamers and medieval wargamers have now turned off. So I do apologise.
Have we got any listeners less at this point?
We usually, because they're usually waiting for me to say something ridiculous. Oh dear. Right. So thank you very much for that, Mark. Dave Benson, we've got a few from Dave. Assuming the game scale and figure scales are not the same, what scale should terrain, especially buildings, be? And should all terrain pieces be consistent in scale with each other?
I think the terrain should be consistent in scale, but it doesn't have to be consistent with the figures.
Yes. Did you listen? Have you listened to the Joe Bilton episode I did?
Yes.
Because he explained it really well, and thank you, Joe, for that. In that he decreases the footprint of the buildings, but keeps the windows and doors in scale.
Yeah.
And and that way, when your eye looks at it, it doesn't go, "Fuck me, that door's small."
Yeah.
It goes, "Oh, your eye's going, oh, that looks right, that does."
It does, yeah.
And it takes like 20 minutes for your brain to go, "Hang on a fucking minute, shouldn't that be bigger?"
Yeah, it's a trick of the eye that just works. What I do with my blue curve 6mm stuff, I have the villages and the built-up areas in 2mm because they're brigade level bases, so they're massive. The 6mm is for the inverted commas detail of the figures, but then you've got your 6-inch square is almost the size of a 6mm building anyway. So do it in 2mm, you can actually have a village or a little farmstead or something, or La Haye Saints if you wanted to, and that's how I do it. 15mm when it's I use everything is like 15mm scale stuff, so I don't mind so much about that. But there's those bigger scales, like the bigger game scales, should I say, rather than figure scales. I'm happy to swap around the terrain, the level of the terrain.
Iain?
Well, I only do 28, and I kind of stick to 28mm scale buildings, certainly. One of the ones that always kind of annoys me is when you get people with like a very small scale like river for 28mm or whatever. You're like,
it wouldn't even be a stream.
Yeah, I got seen a game the other day, and the guy, it's not everyone's entitled to do what they do, but it just looked funny, and it was like a river. I think it was like French Indian Wars, and it was the natives in a canoe, but the river was like a centimetre either side of the canoe in width. Why would he even bother going down the river in a canoe? Just walk
along the side of it. Oh, dear. Yeah, I've had that with the Battle of Fornovo, which is the first battle of the Italian Wars, which is a battle that I took round the shows not that long ago, and it's a really wide river, and in the actual battle, the river got up and it was washing horses and armor and people away, and I've seen people do it in 28mm with like a 2-inch river. And it's like, no, stop. It's just, but there's nothing wrong with doing that if that's the only river you've got. But it does play on my.
That's what I'm saying. It's everybody can do what they want, but yeah, I kind of try and stick to the.
I see. Well, I agree with that. Everyone can do what they want, but I think everyone has an unconscious nervous reaction that goes, "What the fuck's that?" And it's your ability. It's your ability as a human being to keep that inside.
Yeah.
I turn up and there's a game of Fornovo and it's got a 1-inch river, and I'm going, "What the fuck's that?" Well, I need to keep that inside.
Yeah. You do.
And spread the love in the wargaming hobby, because otherwise people are going to get upset.
Until you come on this podcast and just let loose.
Yeah. Anyway. Make sure you've got the correct number of palm trees in your battle. That's all I'm saying. So, Dave continues with, when does a skirmish become a battle? That's quite an interesting question, actually.
There'll be a legal definition for it, but I'm not entirely sure what it is.
I can tell you for now, if it's on my table, it's not a fucking skirmish. Is that a good enough answer?
It is. It is a good enough answer.
I think when you're using battalions, it's like a classic Napoleonic game. Battalions, regiments of horse, batteries of guns.
Yeah.
That's not a skirmish.
No.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's when you're probably starting to get into supporting things, aren't you? Things that are supporting.
Are you Googling skirmish?
Yeah, you can hear it. So a battle, a large-scale military engagement.
I can see it, Alex. You're on camera.
A large-scale military engagement between opposing forces, well-defined duration, era, and force commitment. Skirmish, small-scale fight that's usually part of a larger conflict. Skirmishes are obviously fought near an enemy base to draw out and defeat an army early on. There you go. So that's the difference between them, at least according to Google AI.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Google, for that. We've mentioned them twice. That'll be useful battle. Useful with the algorithms coming up. The 14 fucks and the 2 bastards, and that's gonna. So if I say Google a few more times, I might get on. A quick but interesting question: in a unit of figures of say 100 men, how many different hair color types would you have and paint?
Right, I saw Dave talking about this before. I don't know. He seems to have got a bit bee in his bonnet about people painting hair the same color in units. Now, the first thing I'm going to mention here is I don't know how true this is, but I seem to remember when I was a kid I read that the British soldiers in the Napoleonic Wars powdered their hair.
In the early days. Yeah.
So they would all have the same, similar coloured hair.
They would, yes.
Now, stepping away from that, the majority of people have got quite dark hair, or at least, a darkish hair. Well, obviously, it depends on, different races and things. Caucasians, I'm talking about.
Well, let's not get into eugenics.
But from a distance, most people's, if you look at a crowd of people, you can't pick out individual hair colours because most people's heads look relatively similar.
Especially when it's got a hat on.
Especially when they've got a hat on, yes. And
most people do the hat. Most people do the hat thing in war, don't they?
They do. Most people have got some kind of thing on their head, haven't they?
Apart from the commander of a unit, which in Hollywood style has to have a bear.
Because he's got to shake it about.
Yeah.
But it's the same as painting eyes on figures. If you look at a human, the same scale that a 28mm figure is, if they're standing that way, you can't see the eyes. And it's the same with hair. Hair looks about the same, unless it's a very, very blonde, bright white, or very greyish hair. But most youngish people who would be in an army have a similar hair colour at a distance. Because as you know this, you're an artist, Ken. You know this. The further away you get from a subject, the colours become more and more similar, don't they? You don't paint a bright green background on your landscape, do you? It's a grey. It's a fading. And when you're looking at something from a distance of a wargaming unit, so there you go. I've considered that for you, David, and answered it for you.
Yeah, and I have to say that's more serious than I thought we were going to be.
Now we can go over to the stupid answer if you want, but I did think about it.
No, because I spray all my stuff black. And most people, like you say, have dark hair. The vast majority of my figures have black hair because mine
have beige brown because just to make it slightly different to a hat, to the shako or whatever it is they're wearing. But there's no point doing like all different blondes and browns and things because you're just not going to tell that from a distance.
Exactly. Iain, should Scottish units all have red hair?
I was going to say, so for the most part, I go dark. I'll be black or brown.
Yeah.
Kind of mostly for simplicity. But yeah, certainly with my Highlanders, I add in a few gingers. But certainly with some of the different figures that I've got, especially like British officers and stuff having wigs, I'll go with the greys.
Yeah. But again, your figures are for personalities as well, aren't they? It's an individual skirmish thing, so that's different.
Well, my Jacobite stuff, they'll come with the officers, etc. And most of them have got the 18th century wigs. So for them, I'll go with the greys. But yeah, for the most part, I kind of stick to brown and black. But yeah, I kind of now and then I'll throw in a blonde, but it doesn't always feel right. But just to mix it up, and certainly within the Highlanders, I'll do a wee ginger now and again.
Reminds me of one of my favourite lines from Blackadder, where Baldric says, "There's a ginger hedge coming towards us," and Blackadder says, "No, Baldric, it's the Scots." Anyway, so yeah, I thought we'd do nothing on that one, but we've done all right with that. Steve Harbour.
You can never tell, can you?
You can't. It's fucking some of the things we talk about. I've got absolute. It's pointless planning for this. I've done the song, and I've done the game, and that's all I've planned. Steve Harbour, I've been listening to a certain wargaming podcast for a long time. Good lad, well done, Steve. You'll go far. And now my 28 millimeter miniatures have steadily gone from 20 to 15 mil frontages, tightly packed. Well done. And Pike Blocks from 24 to 96. You can't have a 24 figure Pike Block; it's too small. What should I do? Steve, you've reached wargame nirvana.
Steve, seek help. Seek help as quick as you can. Step away. Turn off the podcast. Don't just. There are better things in life.
If you were a Scientologist, you'd be Thetan level 9. You'd be at the top of the thing. You'd be fucking levitating everywhere. Seeing whatever that bloke's called. That I don't know much about Science. I saw a documentary on Scientology once.
Oh, the guy with the spaceships.
Yeah, that's him, the spaceship guy. Yeah. So apparently you can levitate when you get to a certain level.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Good that you like a certain level. Anyway.
Right. So upset the Scientologists now. Upset the fantasy gamers. Upset the sci-fi gamers. Who's next?
Well, is that in the Venn diagram of life, are there many people at Warlord Games who are Scientologists who play fantasy games? Because they're going to be at peak hatred at this particular moment in time, aren't they? Anyway. The Great Min. What are your favourite war films, and have they influenced any of your gaming?
Yeah.
Iain, go on.
Bridge Too Far.
Bridge Too Far.
I've seen it as a kid, loved it ever since, and it's probably one of the main reasons I always want to go and do Arnhem is World War II. It's pretty much that was. I genuinely, I think the first time I ever seen it was when I was in France. Me and my dad, we went to France and we were staying in my dad's friend. He owns a wee cottage in Longueville. And we were there, and my dad went, "Oh, Ian's got these videos." Like, oh, shove it on. And it was Bridge Too Far, and I think I watched it. It's like, oh, it's amazing. And ever since, so yeah, pretty much most war movies kind of I can draw influence, but Bridge Too Far is probably one of the best ones.
I think Waterloo is probably one of the ones that influenced me most when I was a kid. When I first saw it, still one of my favourite films, and yeah, it's the thing that kind of pushed me into Napoleonic wargaming when I was in Nipper. So similar to you, really.
Yeah, it's one of the few things, Waterloo, that you look at the number of people and extras that they got involved in it, and you got a sense of what was going on, rather than that Ridley Scott shit that just. It'd be like if it was a school art project, Waterloo, A, brilliant, great attempt, well done. Napoleon, F minus.
Try again. Must try harder.
Try again.
Yeah, absolute terrible.
Do some research. Interestingly, Bridge Too Far is one of my favourite films, but I've never really wargamed Arnhem. I've never got into it at all. I've Normandy, yes, but not Arnhem, and I don't know why. Probably because we lost. I'm a big winner, apart from when it comes to football. Losing 3-0 to Notts County. Notts County. It's not even a real place.
Not even the big team.
Yeah. So, thank you very much for that. Dex, your mate Alex. This is your fault. If you can link actors to genres and/or periods like Henry Cavill to Warhammer 40k and Sean Bean to Napoleonics, which actor would best represent your favourite war games period or genre? I'll go first then while everyone's thinking. Well, Italian Wars, there's not a lot of films about the Italian Wars because it costs a few quid, wouldn't it, to put on?
Mm-hmm.
I would just need 4,000 extras to do the Pike Block, please. I just stand there while this fully armoured cavalry charges at you. Fuck off. So it would have to be Rex Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
I see most people remember Rex Harrison for fucking My Fair Lady and that other singing bollocks that he did. I can't remember, what was it called? Miss Dr. Dolittle.
Oh, yes, yeah, if he could talk to the animals.
Fucking hell. You need drugs for that. But he did a film. He did a film called The Agony and the Ecstasy with Charlton Heston. And Rex Harrison played the Pope, Julius II, the warrior Pope.
Mm.
And Charlton Heston played Leonardo da Vinci. And was it Leonardo da Vinci or the bloke who painted the ceiling? Can't remember. Michelangelo. And he comes in at the start in full armour with all these papal troops around him. And I always remember that scene. So that would be my Italian Wars man. Rex Harrison, minus the singing.
I don't know. Yeah, probably somebody from, I don't know, maybe... who is it? It's Christopher Plummer, isn't it, that plays Wellington in Waterloo?
Yes, he's very good. As is Ian Holm as Napoleon.
Yes, yeah. No, not Ian Holm. It's
Rod Steiger.
Rod Steiger, that's the one.
Ian Holm played Napoleon somewhere else very well.
So those two, I mean, they really bring those characters to life. I mean, they're probably nothing like they really were, but they're believable enough as actors to make you believe that that's, you know, how those guys acted at the time. And I think, they'd be mine, I think. A nice, simple one.
Mel Gibson, obviously, Ian.
No. It's even worse. It's got to be with the Jacobites. It's that bloody Sam Heughan as Jamie Fraser in Outlander.
Oh God, yeah. My wife watches that.
My other interest is obviously English Civil War, so maybe we can get Alec Guinness as Charles I.
God save the king.
I'm more of a Parliament kind of guy, but I'm not sure Harris wants to be remembered as his role as Cromwell. I'm not too sure. Given he was an Irishman.
Yeah, true. Mark Hides, been on the show. His question, quick one, I think this will be: when you're speaking to somebody and they mention builds, factions, or running a force, how do you imagine their demise taking place? I've always been fascinated by that one. Was it Edward the Second, Third, where they tied him to a chair and stuck that poker up his arse?
That's a good way to go.
It was Edward II.
Yeah, I think it was Edward II.
It was Longshanks. It was Longshanks' son, wasn't it?
Any more methods from you two?
No, I think that's a good one. Yeah, it's a funny. They're funny phrases, aren't they? It is the jargon of the gaming world, isn't it? Kids, yes, kids coming from a particular game that brings it to. But you know, I don't wish him dead. I just wish they wouldn't say it.
Oh well, they wouldn't say it again if they had a red hot poker up their arse, would they?
Well, that's a good point.
Harsh but fair.
Harsh but fair. Yeah, draconian but fair.
I always say that politically, I'm kind of centre left until it comes to law and order, and then I'd fucking make Genghis Khan wince. I have absolutely no time whatsoever for people who break the law. Anyway, probably I'm in the right job. Ian, Iain Fuller. Iain, I love you, mate. But what is your favourite rule system expansion edition, and what codex do you use? What faction and list do you prefer running when using it?
Yeah, Iain. I mean, just don't even.
Iain, no.
The time for joking and that just isn't it.
Yeah, I'll have a pint with you again when I come down to salute, but no. I don't know if you've had this one before. Glyn Hargreaves, what's the best food snacks to eat while you're wargaming around your table? Something that isn't greasy.
Yes.
That gets on your figures. Nothing worse than chip grease on your figures.
Crisps.
Well, sorry?
Crisps.
Crisps, yeah, nibbles.
Or just crisps scattered across the table.
But they're terrible because you get your hands so greasy. You can't touch your fingers like that.
What are them curly brown things that look like squirrel shit that the Americans eat?
Pretzels.
Pretzels, and they get fucking huge chunks of sugar on them.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, salt.
No. Salt. Sorry, yes, it is salt. Yes, sugar. Maybe they'd be nicer if they had sugar on.
No, salt.
There was one time I went to a gentleman's gaming room and he fed us pie. Didn't you, Ken?
I did.
So I'd say pie. Pie is my favourite snack for. But we weren't at the table and we were eating it off plates like gents.
Yeah, it's only because Mrs. Riley were there.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'd have had it all down ourselves.
Most of the time, I'm eating snacks while gaming's probably at a show, and it's something like a meal deal at a Tesco. Try and grab 5 minutes in between a game display.
Yeah, how this country ever fed itself without the meal deal from Tesco, I do not know. Because I have survived a number of occasions. Meal deals at Tesco's and yellow stickers in supermarkets.
Yes, they'll get you through anything.
That's how night shifts are. Thankfully, I don't do them anymore, but that's how I used to get through them. Ian Fraser, who once gave me a round dice. Ken, you, Alex, and Ian are off to a desert island for 6 months and can only take one war game with you. One set of rules and 2 opposing armies. What do you take? Well, there's 3 of us. Or maybe I've got that question wrong and he wants us going one at a time.
Do each one of us take a game, or do we take a game between us? Because it'd be a 3-player game, which would be a bit strange, wouldn't it, really? Because one of us would have to umpire, or it'd be 2 against 1.
True. Difficult one. I think we'll take 1 each.
All right.
I'm going to take, just because I love it, and we've never had the same result twice, is Black Orchestra.
Right.
Which is you're a group of conspiracists trying to assassinate Hitler and shorten the war. It's absolutely brilliant game, and it's so on the edge nerves. You really do get into it. And so far, we've managed to shorten the war by about 10 minutes. or get horrifically tortured by the Gestapo. We've never managed to do anything that would have affected the outcome of the war. Like finish it in 42 or anything like that. We literally, 10 to 5 on the 3rd of April 1945. We assassinate him just before he shoots himself.
Yeah. You pull his hand away from his own temple and then shoot him.
But that game, it's virtually impossible to get hold of. But
I've heard of it. Yeah,
it's a brilliant game.
Yeah. I would. Well, then we're kind of into the realm of board games, aren't we? More than war games. There's 3 of us, so yes, I'd take a board game. I think I've been playing lots of it, and I think I'd bring Roots with me.
Oh, not that fucking thing with badges in it.
That's the one, because it's the most brutal war game you'll ever play. It's so cute, but it is absolutely cutthroat from beginning to end, and it's fantastic. And you'd sit there shaking your head, but as soon as you played a game of it, you'd be like, "Yeah, this is fantastic."
Should we not be trying to stay friends on this desert island rather than trying to fucking stab each other in the back?
Oh, I suppose we could have a co-op game, I guess, because that's at least then we'd all be
Black,
friends by the end of it.
Yeah, Black Orchestra is a co-op game. You're
Yeah,
all
yeah,
conspiracists trying to kill Hitler, so there's
yeah.
got a common goal.
Mm.
Whereas
No,
trying
okay,
to
I'd still take Roots, and then only one of us would survive, so they'd be the one that end up with all the food at the end of it and things. So
trying to
you wouldn't have
set
to look
fire
out
to
for
your
each other.
mate's badger is not exactly fucking friend, is it? Ian, would you take something nice, or would you get us all fighting like Alex would?
It'd probably take something like for King in Parliament with Simon
Oh yeah.
Miller.
Oh yes, yeah.
With Covenanters and Montrose Army.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah. I've got a Montrose Army in 15 mil. I haven't seen it for about 30 years. It's in the box over there. Oh, excellent.
Not telling you my thoughts on Montrose, but yeah.
On the right side.
Changed that side many times.
Well, you've got to do what's best for yourself, haven't you? Nothing like being a bit of a self-publicist. Fuck, Dave Benton's managed to sneak another one in. Did any of you play Subbuteo? And if so, did you custom paint your teams?
Yeah.
I always wanted to, but I never did. I liked the idea of the game rather than the football, but it was never a present that arrived on a Christmas. I do remember some lads at school, they were into Subbuteo, and one of them they had a cup final, and apparently one of the guy who lost snapped all his figures in half because he was so upset.
Oh, bless him.
So I've never played Subbuteo. I always wanted to, and I never had it.
No. Ian?
Yeah, I played Subbuteo. I did paint, but they were terrible. I was constantly, I always broke my figures. Be one of those, because you try and reach over and goalkeepers like away down.
But at least you didn't break them on purpose because you lost the game, though, did you?
Trying to melt them back together and stuff. And
I've still got all my Subbuteo stuff. Would you believe? I had football, cricket, and rugby.
Wow.
And I know the rugby and the cricket weren't particularly good, but I once painted a Liverpool team, and it was the 80s, and I sculpted Barry Venison's mullet with green stuff.
Amazing.
I'll have to dig that.
That was some mullet.
And I had Ian Rush's moustache.
I remember we played Newcastle. Rangers played Newcastle and Alan McCoist's testimonial. Must have been about 1991, 92, I think it was. And Barry Verison was playing for Newcastle at the time. And I just remember, I was a kid. My dad took me, and I just remember looking at this guy going, "What is this guy's hair? It's amazing." It's just this big blonde mullet. It's just like, what? I'd never seen anything like it. This guy just running about the pitch. I think he actually scored that night. I think he did. Him and Andy Cole.
I think anyone who's not aware of the delicious joy that is Barry Venison's hair in the early 80s.
I'm going to look at it now.
It's not quite Benito Carboni good. It's more Spandau Ballet than anything. I'm just waiting now for Alex's reaction.
Holy God. Is it Pat Sharp?
Yeah, it's got that Pat Sharp vibe.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
He's got I think he's got the streak highlights in as well. And
yeah. It's all going on in there. Frosted tips, you name it.
Oh.
Barry,
if
the top party at the back.
Yeah, exactly. If you listen, Barry, if you've turned into a wargamer and you're later, we love your hair, mate. We love your hair. In fact, I'm going to dig that football team out and take a picture of it if I remember.
Yeah, I do.
Rocking through them, Ray Russell. What's your favourite and worst kind of crisps?
Worst kind is prawn cocktail. Favourite?
Don't like prawn cocktail.
No, can't stand it.
Do you know what I hate?
What?
Fucking ready salted What is the fucking
ready
point of
salt,
ready
yeah.
salted?
Yeah.
It's just that's crisps, and then
But
you put things on them. Do you remember the ones with the little blue bag of salt?
yeah.
They were,
Of course.
yeah, they were all right. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted there. I do apologise.
Trying to think of my favourites because
My
I'm a big fan of crisps.
My favourite are McCoy's Thai sweet chili.
Oh,
nice
nice.
one.
Good choice. Good choice.
Tesco's, Tesco's own onion rings.
Oh, they're unreal. But the Thai sweet chili,
Yeah.
Tesco onion rings are off. They are great. We bought a packet the other day, and the kids had opened them, and I was fucking raging. We eat them all. My wife's like, it's okay. I was like, did you only buy one bag? And she went, it's okay, I'm going to Tesco again before Christmas Day to get more. I was like, right, get some dips. And least favourite's probably smoky bacon.
Yeah, they tend.
It's the aftertaste.
It stays with you for a couple of weeks, doesn't it? Smoky bacon. It's just like,
you can go, oh, and you're still tasting it. I'm like, no.
Oh no, definitely not. My favourite are quite boring, really. Cheese and onion. I love cheese and onion crisps.
They're good, aren't they? They're standard. Everybody likes cheese and onion. Yeah, it's good.
Cheese and onion.
Yeah,
very salted.
If you can't make a choice, do you want to go crazy? Do you want to be boring?
Council thing up here growing up, but putting like cheese and onion crisps on a sandwich.
Yeah.
Oh, crisp sandwiches.
Crisp sandwich, man. Yeah, so a 3-tier crisp sandwich as well.
Still a good.
3 slices of bread.
It's still a good little treat.
It is.
Yeah.
In fact, it will be. Last week or the week before, I had one.
Yeah, I was same. I had one of each. I had a salt and vinegar one, a cheese and onion one.
What I do is I put salad cream on.
No.
Do you? No, it's just butter for me.
I don't want arrested.
There is. There's a shop. There's a shop somewhere. I think it's down near you, Alex, where a proper crisp sandwich shop.
I might have heard of this. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can go in and you can have any
flavour of crisp sandwich you want.
Yeah.
Let's find out.
There's a Glasgow podcast I listen to, and you might like this one, but they do roll. Yeah, it's a thing up here. A roll and pie.
Oh, like a bread cake with a pie in it.
Yeah,
a Wigan kebab, I think they call it.
A Scotch pie on a roll.
Oh, I have to say,
a few crisp sandwich shops. There's one in Keighley though.
Don't know if there's any up here. Never heard of any.
And there's Mr. Crisp as well. So yeah, there's a few of them out there.
Right. So for the audience, if I haven't seamlessly edited that out, I just disappeared in some alien abduction. I haven't lost any time, and I cannot feel the effects of an anal probe. So I think I'm all right. Dave Tuck, why do so many people? Why do so few people play naval war games? As a naval war gamer, I will say because they're a bit dull.
Well, the people or the games?
Both. No, I think there can be, and I think there should be a level of complexity with naval wargaming, and that does put a lot of people off. Gun penetration tables. Oh, I'm rubbing my knees already. But some people just don't like that. And it's a lot harder to recreate it without abstracting it to a point where it's got absolutely nothing to do with what's going on. And I think that's why there's new stuff like Nimitz, which has come out recently, but I find that so abstracted from reality that I don't. It's a game. It's not a what do they call them? Not reconstruction. Simulation. Thank you, Alex.
But But I think with Nimitz, I've not played it, but I think it's a simulation of a different thing.
Yes.
So you're looking for the actual strike on the ship, Whereas with Nimitz, it's about the command of the ship.
Yeah. It's
And
just got a
the
really
command-
weird scale as well, where everything's really, really close to it,
Mm.
and ships are quite far away from each other when they're fighting normally, and manoeuvring is a slow thing over a period of time. Whereas with Nimitz, your ships are in really, really close, and manoeuvring becomes much more important because you're so close to each other.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a difficult balance. I think with naval gaming, like you say, there's that perception that it's overly complex, but I think that's something that comes from the 70s and 80s when most things were overly complex, but kind of naval gaming kind of retained it.
Oh, it was the peak.
Yeah,
it was the peak. It made. I mean, I don't know if any of you two guys played Challenger by Bruce Reed Taylor. World War
I'm aware of it,
Modern
but
Rules.
yeah, I never played it.
I think for me, naval history is just not as interesting as it is, the battles on land. So it's never really piqued my interest in getting into naval wargaming. There's some elements I've like, oh yeah, I wouldn't mind trying it out, but never really.
I'm the same as you. I mean, the few naval games I've played, I've enjoyed, but it's not something that I've gone like, oh yeah, that's enough to make me go right. I really want to play another game of that.
I think when I was young, I was about 14. I went to the Imperial War Museum, and I think that was when I knew and I had much interest in naval histories because they have like one of the submarines, and you could go at it. And I tried to go at it, and even at 14, I was about 5 foot something, and I was like couldn't fit in it, and I was like, no, it's not for me. Too tall. Don't really have much interest in naval history if I couldn't be in the navy, so I'll stick to the land wars.
Yeah, I mean, people who join in our naval games and really enjoy them, even though they are relatively complicated. But then you're playing it with a set of guys who've been playing the same rules for 25 years, so we don't even look at the charts most of the time.
Yeah.
And I think that element of enthusiasm and fun, as with any period, can make or break it. And if you've got a load of guys sat around a table going, oh, I think I've got 340 millimeters of armor there, and you're firing it just loses.
It's a fun sponge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd happily play a naval game if somebody said, "Do you fancy a game of it?" Like if you put one on Ken, I'd say, "Yeah, I'd give it a go." But it's not something that I would like. I know afterwards, I'd walk away going, "That was a great game." I won't walk away going, "That was a great game. I really need to start collecting naval stuff."
Yeah,
because I'd buy it all, and then immediately the spark would go out of it when I realised I had to paint it.
We're right. We're on the downhill, and most of these are quite short now. And this is a really short one. And I wonder if anyone does know the answer to this. Warren Coleman. This is a bit like the fucking flying pickets question, but this one is a bit more interesting. Why is orange jam called marmalade?
It's most likely a Dutch thing, isn't it?
Oh, really? I didn't know the Dutch were involved.
Well, didn't they?
Oh, you mean orange, like orange men? That's not like in Scotland, Iain.
Yeah, possibly. I could be completely wrong, or it might be a bastardization of something from French. A French word that's passed into Anglicization.
I don't know. Ian's googling it. Good lad.
He's googling it already.
I don't know what. Yeah,
Portuguese.
I've got no idea. Portuguese.
Marmalada.
Is that Portuguese for orange jam?
So it's in the roundabout way with a similar branch of language, wasn't it? Latin languages. So I'm right. I'm correct in that.
From Portugal to Paddington. Why is orange jam called marmalade? We're describing the orange preserve using both the juice and the peel. However, but it seems as though it comes from it's Portuguese.
Okay.
What have the Portuguese ever done for us?
Quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, called us called orange jam marmalade.
There's one there. I didn't know this was a thing. It says the name marmalade comes from the Portuguese word marmelos, but it says they commercialised it in the late 18th century, despite the belief that marmalade was invented in Scotland by James Kellier. Since when? I've never heard that in my life. It might be one of these things, how you have this list of Scottish inventions that we pretty much invented everything. Like, yep, invented by the Scots. Yep, that.
There we go. 3 hours in, and you've learnt something.
Never knew we did marmalade. Marmalade's a new one.
Thank you, Warren, for that sensible question. This is going to be silence. Brendan Wheatley, what are your favourite rules for submarine war games using models? Right now, I am a self-confessed naval enthusiast, and I love it. Submarines are a nightmare.
Well, he's obviously joking because you don't have any models on the tabletop. But there is that board game called Das Boot.
That's what I was going to talk about.
Yeah. No,
It's maybe really good.
Yeah. Especially
is that the one where? Is that the one where you have like an app and you look through the telescope?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have a full sub.
That's right.
It looks awesome. That does.
Yeah.
A friend of mine got it, and then we never played it. But it does look amazing.
But there you go. To answer a stupid question with a sensible answer, that's it.
So the sensible answer, the best way that we do them, is a guy called Mal Wright. Do you guys know him?
The name rings a bell.
Yeah, he's knocking on a bit now, bless him. But he's done loads of books on like ship camouflage and stuff, and he's done some really, really good convoy campaign games.
Okay.
They're like linked scenarios, and you have a map with all the different convoy routes on, and you move from one point to another, and then you roll random events and stuff. Well, he does the submarine warfare as like an abstract thing, and it works really well. And I think that's the best way to do it, because you just physically can't move them because they're so slow. You're talking like 3 or 4 knots underwater, under battery power.
Yeah.
So it's like you're moving like a millimeter a turn. So the difficult to use as war games rules using models. Although some guys at the Leeds Club did a modern version, and they had like a separate like false table,
right?
And then your table underneath is where your submarines were going around on little things. A bit like that bloody chess in Star Trek.
Oh yeah, 4D chess.
4D chess.
Now this one is for me personally. You guys are not going to think the same, but for me personally, this is one of the best questions we've ever had. Matthew Green, what is your all-time favourite war games rules table? And that's for use for cross-referencing, not putting toy soldiers on.
Well,
I know mine. And it's on the wall there.
I've seen that before. I'd say the firing chart in Iron Beat Shotgun, because it takes a little bit of Kriegspiel, but it turns it into a wargaming, very useful, interesting wargaming table. I mean, I'm not a big fan of tables. I'm not a big. I have a love-hate relationship with that table because it takes you out of the game. But I think it is very cleverly done because it's not specific. So I mean, I'll explain it, because you have three large columns, and each one, first one is like close range, medium range, long range, and then they're split again into 3 columns within them. But it's poor shot, okay shot, rubbish shot, and you decide as the players, or the umpire does. You measure it, but then you decide how good the shot is that you're taking.
Yeah, it's quite a nice mechanism, that I do like that.
So it's like if you're in the open, firing at somebody in the open, then that's a good shot. If they're behind cover, it might be an okay shot. If it's misty and they're behind cover, it's dark, then it's a poor shot. So it's quite a nice little way of just thinking about what you're actually doing. It's not mechanical. Not every single roll is mechanical. I like that. So I just like it. But yeah, it's just the fact that it's a firing chart upsets me.
Have you got chart fandom, Iain?
I completely misconstrued that's the question. At first, when I heard wargames table, I thought like my favourite table that I've ever seen in terms of a game. But I probably don't have anything that I could contribute to say that I've got a favourite table.
No worries. Well, Alex has disappeared for a second. But mine is, and I'll just turn the camera so that Iain can see it on the. See it yet? There it is on the wall, next to the dartboard, and that is from a game called Corps Commander, which is a World War II set of rules from years and years ago, and you cross-reference your attack value with your defense value. And then it drops down onto another table where you work out your strength of your firing unit, and that gives you a number which then drops down onto the table below it that you roll your dice on. So it's 3 tables in one. Magic. Right, next up is the most specific question that we have ever had on this show. And I think, and I'm going to test this out, that only I can answer this question. And it's from Knollbrush, and the question is simply Westmoreland Street or Busy Lizzie's?
These pubs.
Blank faces all around.
Are they chip shops?
They are chip shops, Alex. Well done. Well done. And
Lizzie sounds good though.
Where are those chip shops, Alex? Can you?
Well, of course they're in Bradford.
Not far away. Away. They're in Skipton. It's the best fish and chip shops in Skipton, and a bit like pies, where Stainforths are the tourist pie, and Drake and Macefield are the true pie. Busy Lizzie's are the tourist fish and chips, and Westmoreland Street is the proper chips. So if anyone is ever in Skipton, Westmoreland Street is where you go for your fish and chips. But he's only open on like Thursday and Friday, Saturday tea time.
Right.
Because literally people queue round it's at the end of a terrace, and they queue down the road and round the corner to get in. And he just says, I don't need to open any more times. I open three afternoons a week for 3 hours, and I make all the money I need.
What a life. Brilliant.
Lovely guy, absolutely amazing fish and chips.
Brilliant.
Right. I think Ian's going to win this by a long way. When we think about everything involved. But spare time blog. What's the most amount of money you've ever paid for a single figure? Now, I think when Iain takes into account sculpting costs, moulding costs,
he's going to win this.
He's going to smash us out of the park. I think I've probably paid 30 quid for a command base. I think it's probably the most, but because I paint my own stuff. Painted, yeah. Painted, yeah.
So are we talking painted or unpainted?
The most amount of money. So it just says ever paid for a single figure. So
I would say I think it was about 26 quid for a 15mm Asterix figure.
Right, that's special edition.
Yeah, it was a French toy set that you could only get in France. Is it Metal Magic? Yeah, and they did.
I've got the whole set.
Oh, have you? I did
every single one.
I got them for Infamy.
I've got every single one. I wanted to try to do an Asterix game.
Yeah. They're very expensive, aren't they? That's the thing.
Yeah,
you can only get them from France, and
it cost me a lot of money to get them as well.
Yes. So that's probably the most expensive I've ever paid. But I thought it's only one. I'm only getting one.
Yeah, exactly. Ian's got all of them.
Yeah, I've got every one of them. Got doublers as well.
I painted on my 15mm Romans as the Asterix Romans with instead of red tunics or whatever, they got green tunics as they have in all the Asterix things. Yeah,
I've got them on my blog. Yeah, I've got every one of them.
I'll have to check those out. I didn't realise you got them as well.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Ian Lovecraft did a Kickstarter, and it was well, no, I think he just did it as STLs, but I've not printed them yet. But it was the Asterix Village.
Oh, brilliant!
I'm going to print it all off.
Oh, fantastic!
Try and do a game. And
Yeah,
try Romans try because I try and still buy some of them. They're quite, as you say, they're expensive. So, but if I can get them for cheap, I want more Romans so that I can
make an actual
an army.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got every one of them.
Brilliant.
Very expensive figures. I've bought loads of expensive figures.
Yeah. I bet you weren't expecting that, were you, Ken?
No, Ian clearly was.
The most I ever paid. It was a set of 4. I think what was it? It was a set. It was an Italian. It was a boy. It was sculpting in Italy, and he sculpted a set of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I think I paid about €85.
Wow.
For the set.
That's not bad for a 4.
Yeah, so it kind of brings it down.
Yeah, 20 quid a piece, and you only have to buy them once, don't you?
But they're unpainted. As well.
When we were on holiday in Malta in Valletta, there was a little like toy soldier shop there, and there was a model set of soldiers, but it was Adolf Hitler, Eva Braun, the Goebbels, and Blondie the dog.
God.
And it were like 300 quid, and it had like proper armbands and everything on. And I thought, I don't think it was going to. And it was in the front window as well.
Yeah. Well, somebody must. There's an audience for it somewhere, I'm assuming.
This is Malta.
Yeah, of all places.
Anywhere has got a reason to not like the Nazis. It's Malta. Anyway, I do think I should have bought them just because I believe that they were there to remove them from the window. Right. Mark Smythe, how far do you delve into the history of a period? Easy one. So far, I come out the other side. All the way.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think we're all the same on that, and we've spoken many times. About that. Steve Taylor, when is a table too big?
Well, you'd say never. Yeah,
I think you're on the wrong podcast, Steve.
Yeah, I think when you can't reach the figures from bending over, if you can get from the other side of the table, then it's fine. But yeah, if you bend over and you still can't reach them with your tiptoes, then no point.
That's why you always have somebody who's been in the circus playing your games, so you can get them on one of them. You get one of those things and make them slide across the table. TSV 90 Dangeros, the worst stroke best ever wargaming related presents. Is it possible to get a wargaming related present without asking for it?
No, not a correct one.
No.
I know my wife would never get me something knowing like spot on.
Yeah.
So I just tell her not to.
Was such a weird hobby in that, if I knew Alex was into World War I wargaming, I could buy Alex some figures, but I would be guessing what scale they were, what faction he was playing, and to some extent what game system he was using as well,
and what year they were.
What year,
and what theatre. Yeah. There's a million questions, isn't there? Yeah,
we need to be accurate.
Yeah, we are very specific in our needs. It's not just like
just give us money.
Yeah, just money will do.
Money will be fine.
I think
Yeah.
if Lynn, has the missus ever bought me something without me telling her? Sure, there was one time. She bought me a box of something. I was like, oh, cheers.
Something completely unneeded or unwanted.
My missus will always ask, "Oh, do you want some wargaming stuff? What do you want?" Order it yourself, you weirdo. That sort of stuff. But no, and I think that's the danger, isn't it? It's like, if I had an enthusiastic, happy auntie that wanted to buy me a wargaming present, she'd get me some fucking bolt action bollocks, wouldn't she? And it would just, but it's a bolt action dice, love. Very good. I'll use them on my piles. Right.
You're upsetting Warlord again, man.
Yeah, again.
Well, do they do bolt action?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, they do, don't they? Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, but I've not had a go at Scientologists this time, have I?
No, I think we got past that one this time.
Past that one, because they're all right. The ones that can levitate are anyway. Right, Reese Humphrey. Anything on your Wargames Christmas list, and what are your planned projects for next year?
Get the Epic Waterloo stuff finished. I was hoping
they keep sending it to you. You're never going to get it finished.
Drowning in it. I was hoping I'd get the first 2 box sets done this year, but it's not going to happen. And then hopefully get Vietnam finished off. That's my 2025. And no, I've got nothing on my wargaming list on my Christmas because with those exact same reasons we just said.
Iain?
Got new boxing gloves for my Christmas. That was didn't get any war game stuff. So if I never had this issue with the fluid, I've been in the gym trying out my new gloves, but I've not had a chance to try them yet.
Have you tried them at home on the kids?
The youngest one, he's the youngest one will be a boxer. He's tried them on and
good lad.
Bopped me a belter with them. For next year, finishing the Falkirk project and certainly getting on with the Covenanters Montrose stuff in Scotland. Try to get more of that done.
Awesome. I will be mostly. What am I doing? I'm still working on. I'm working on the stuff that I've finished Mentana. That's done, dusted. One more show salute, and then it's going in a box. But so at the moment, I'm working on more Italian Wars, but I never stop working on Italian Wars. Plan some War, 28mm Napoleonics, and Narvik. So they're my projects for next year. I can't see me starting anything new at the moment because I've got 3 big projects on the go. And Christmas presents, not that I'm aware of. Might get some really shit bolt action dice now, aren't I? Right, 3 questions left. Andy Shaw. Hi, Andy. Hope you're enjoying your retirement, mate. You're up late on Christmas Eve and Santa drops down the chimney. You can play any game you like. What game are you introducing him to? Are there any games where you cut reindeer up?
I'll just go with my bog standard answer. I'd introduce him to Chain of Command and change his life. That's my bog standard answer.
Snakes and ladders, because he's used to coming down chimneys. Iain?
I'm not too sure. I don't really have an answer for Santa.
Introduce him to the Glasgow Derby. That's a game.
Maybe you can let us bloody win it for a change.
Let's not mention football. Right. As there are so many, this is Adrian Mist. Thank you, Adrian, for your question. As there are so many different sets of rules for any period, how do we choose, and what would the criteria be for choosing? That's a fucking massive question.
Yeah, I mean that's a 3-hour podcast in and of itself. What level do you want to play the game at? What scale do you want to play the game at? period do you want to play the game at? What
Yeah, but you're giving him questions, Alex. He clearly wants answers.
Questions. Yeah, well,
yeah.
I need to know the answers to those questions before I can give an answer.
Right.
So, if he wants to fill in those questions first, and then I'll get back to him.
You've got splinters in your arse from sitting on the fence, haven't you? But you've got a very good point in there. For me, play the what is it? What is it? The lardis say? Play the period, not the rules. Yeah. So fine. If you've got friends who are playing, play what
that was the first thing I was going to say, is finding somebody else with an interest to play.
And pick a set of rules between yourself. Yeah. Just if it's me, then if I'm the friend you're playing with, then it's going to be fucking expensive, and you're going to need a big table.
And I love a charts.
And I love a chart, especially you missed out, Alex, because you dipped out of the thing. But I showed him my wonderful Core Commander. I showed Iain my Core Commander triple tier table, where you cross-reference attack value versus defense value, which then drops down into a second table where you cross-reference strength with the attack value. And then that one then drops down into a third table that you roll a d10 on.
Wow.
If I could put it in context of a historical event, it must have been like when those common German folk first read the Bible written by Martin Luther in German, just like, what?
It is a work of genius, is all I'm going to say. As a graduate engineer, I'm looking at that and thinking that is equivalent to going to the moon, or
fair enough. As long as he does it for you, Ken. But my God,
it's simply the best. And then final question.
I was probably proud to pull my fingernails out than play a game that has that in it. But each their own.
You'll love it. You'd love it. The final question is more of a quiz question than a discussion one, and it's from Argument on the I think it's X Twitter. In 1942, what type of supplies were ranked second in terms of weight for the British Army?
Wait,
in 42.
Tea.
Has he got it?
He's got it. Tea.
Was it tea?
I knew it would have to be something towards.
Yeah, I was going to say it was going to be something weird.
I was initially thought sugar. I was like, sugar.
Yeah. I was thinking hay, but horses. But I don't. The British Army wasn't really using horses in the Second World War, was it? First World War.
So this is in terms of weight. Number one was bullets. Number two is tea.
Wow.
Number three is artillery shells. 4 bombs, 5 explosives.
Well,
tea was more than artillery shells.
Well, you got to keep your army fighting. Got to keep morale up, haven't you?
Okay, too right. If there wasn't tea in our office, I'd have a mutiny on my hands.
Is it the Challenger 2? There's the only tank in the world that's got a brew kit in it.
Every British tank has brew kit in it.
Yeah,
every single one has a kettle in it since World War II, I think.
Oh yeah, okay. So it's every British tank, yeah.
Centurion, Chieftain, Challenger, Comet, all those have got tea making kit, and it couldn't survive without it.
Yeah.
Could not. We've even got a welfare van that comes out when we're at a job with tea. It turned up last time though with no milk.
Oh.
And Uncle Ken was not impressed.
I'll bet.
There was some swearing going on. It's a good job we were in the middle of nowhere.
Don't mind tea with milk.
Oh no. Well, gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure once again to slag off the wargaming world with two like-minded individuals, and I'll forward any hate mail that I get on from the various people that we've upset during the course of the day. Hopefully tomorrow. If not tomorrow, it'll go out Christmas Eve.
Well, if they're listening in I hope everybody's going to have a happy Christmas.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I echo that completely.
I hope you get some really shit wargaming presents
that have been from a family member who doesn't understand a thing about it.
Yeah. So if you don't like Italian War stuff, and they bought you a box of Perry Mercenary, the Mercenaries box set for the Wars of the Roses, and you want a box of bolt action dice, get in contact with me.
Well, thanks once again, Ken, for having us. It's been a pleasure.
No worries, mate.
As always.
Right, so good night to the audience.
Good night to the audience.
Good night, everyone. Well, hello everyone. We are back in the room after just over 4 hours. This is the longest ever single episode podcast. I think it's probably the longest ever. But I have to say, I didn't notice when I was doing the podcast that it was this long. I was just enjoying talking to Alex and Iain. So thank you once again to those guys for their time. It was a great fun laugh, and I hope you've enjoyed this extended episode, whether you've listened to it in a oner or whether you have gone back 2 or 3 times, or maybe 4 times or 5 times, whatever. However you digest these podcasts is up to you. Everyone has a pause button. So I'm sure there'll be some complaints about, oh, it's 4 hours. Who's got 4 hours to spend listening to idiots talking about wargaming? You have, because you just have them. But there we go. So it's just time then for me to wish you all a Merry Christmas, and hope you get some really shite Christmas presents from your relatives who've got no idea what the hobby is all about. But smile and wave when you get them, because it's all done with love at Christmas time. And then have a fantastic new year, 2025. And there'll be lots more podcasts coming up. There was a little bit of a delay in between this podcast and the previous one. For those of you who follow me on other social media, my wife was in hospital with a planned operation, nothing serious. Well, it was serious, but we knew it was coming, and she's fully on her road to recovery and being a right pain in the arse again. So have a great Christmas, have a great New Year, and I'll see you very shortly for the next episode of the Yorkshire Gamers Reet Big War Games podcast. So until then, Sithee.